There is no easy moment on court.
Every point matters.
What a point to win!
You think you can handle it?
Let's experience the excitement of table tennis together in
ITTF World Cup Macao.
There's no table tennis like World Cup table tennis, and we continue our coverage of day one at the ITTF Men's and Women's World Cup Macao 2026, presented by Galaxy Entertainment Group. It's coming to you from the magnificent Galaxy Arena, which is being entertained ahead of a second session of 8 matches, an evening session coming along shortly. We've had 2 mini sessions already, 2 mini sessions to come inside this wonderful arena as we continue to work our way through stage 1 action in this rejigged format. Yes, we have returned to Macau for a 3rd straight year for this event. These are the conditions, the event details: $1 million up for grabs, the total prize pot, but of course the prestige that goes with taking a step towards a Grand Slam, following in the footsteps of superstars, giants, the likes of Lin and Feng Dong in the men's draw. And we'll begin with the men's draw. Togami against the local player, Mark Tinyan, up first. Then we work our way through on table 1, all of this action, until we get to our later mini session, and the world number 1 going for a 3rd successive World Cup win. So Yingsha is in action against Yu-Jun from Chinese Taipei. Well, that's a little look at what we've got coming your way, and the action comes thick and fast. As you can see, 2 tables side by side. We'll be focusing on table 1 throughout this session, which also features Shin Yubin and Bergstrom, Anton Shelbra and Feng Yi-Hsin, and it will wrap up with Chen Xingtong against Dragoman before we take a short break and come back with the Xia show. Table 1 then is our focus, as it has been all the way through, a day which has seen no major upsets yet, but there was nearly an exit for the world number 6, Kwaiman, who came up against an opponent who pushed her all the way.
Opening match, men's single, women's single, round 1.
女士们、先生们，男子单打第1轮，女子单打第1轮即将开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the players.
欢迎运动员入场。Table 1, representing Macau, China, Mai Tian'en.
What an opportunity for the 21-year-old left-hander. No wonder he's smiling and enjoying his opportunity. And this is who he's up against.
Representing Japan, Togami.
His opponent, Togami, a quarter-finalist here in 2024, round of 16 last year, and part of the world champion men's doubles winning partnership with Hirota Shinozuka. He is a high-quality performer in what will be a high-quality group. Remember, this is first stage group action. It's men's singles group 14. The other player in this three-man group is Anders Lind. And so we look in on a young player. By and large, we've seen some of the Macau China representatives play with flair and no real fear today. That on Na put in a good show in the women's singles a little bit earlier on today. And of course, we now focus on a matchup between a right-hander and a left-hander. Stylistically, it'll be fun, but also a little echo. If you were with us earlier on today, we had a good long look at a young player who looks like he has many attributes similar to that of Togami. I spoke about Ryusei Kawakami, who put up a really good fight against China's Zhou Qihao before just going down, but somebody who really has lots of promise. Got a glimpse of our umpire, Robert Oneski, just a little bit ago, and you'll be seeing him in action in just a moment. He'll be paired up with Pairun Burangirachai of Thailand, who is going to be assisting him. And the first thing you'll see, of course, is a coin toss before we build up to this match.
Toss coin. Two colors, red and black for you. Red. Black for Togami. Is red. Serve. Which side? This side.
So that being decided, a few thoughts on a young man who hasn't made an
start warm up.
tournament appearance yet this season. Last time we saw him ranked was a long time ago, back in 2019, a ranking of well over 1,000. So very much an unknown quantity, the left-hander. And this 21-year-old, in terms of what we have seen of him in recent times, back in 2019, he was very active on the ITTF junior circuit. Probably the biggest win in those days would have been a win over Nicholas Lobo. We've seen in action here in Macau already. We know a lot more about this man, Shunsuke Togami, in that doubles World Championship trip to the World Championships. He also in the singles made it to the quarterfinals in Doha. More recently, 2025, also a WTT contender, Almaty champion. So somebody with a real pedigree to him as we look in on our Polish umpire. As you can hear, it's all of the pageantry, all of the noise, all of the fun you'd come to expect from a major event. And you don't get much bigger than a World Cup. That's what we're enjoying here in Macau, China this week. And this is just the start of things. First day, which is going to be the first of 3 days under the new formula, whereby all of the 48 players in the draw were split into 16 groups of 3 players. That would be following seeding. And as a result of that, Anders Lind top seed in this group, and his encounter with Shunsuke Togami promises to be an absolute blockbuster. Remember, only 1 player per group goes through. Whoever tops that group will go into the round of 16, and that brings us into knockout action at stage 2, which comes along from Thursday onwards. Then, as is normal, into the quarterfinals and then the semis and final at the very end of this week, which comes to an end on Sunday.
Time.
And so the music drops. A few words of support, in particular for Shunsuke Togami. A few gambare is coming from the audience as we're good to go. Even the physical resemblance to Kawakami is noteworthy.
Serve. Love all. Let laugh all. Love one. One all.
And that will give the younger man huge heart, huge encouragement as he gets on the scoreboard. But now has to face this. And that is going to be an issue. Such a tricky customer, Togami. He'll get on with things. He'll constantly be on the attack. Loves to play a shot. And even in blocking, even in defense, he's always looking to gain an advantage. A little flick of the wrist there.
3-2.
But the Macanese player gets himself in front for the first time in the match. And looks to extend that advantage.
4.
Spoke earlier on about maybe players getting caught a little bit cold. Kwaiman was given an almighty scare by a really impressive young French star, Charlotte Lutz. Looked all at sea for the first 2 games, but came back and took her to a decider. And at the start of that decider, it looked as if the Chinese woman might be heading to a defeat in the first of her 2 group stage matches. This is impressive.
5-3.
Swinging hard is Mak, and that's an impressive start to this game. He's always going to have a chance to play his shots against Togami because Togami's inclined to open up things. But this is really impressive.
6-3.
Playing with no fear. And absolutely drilled that backhand. But
4-6.
Togami adjusts to the body. Straight down the middle. As we saw right at the start of the match, it's going to be interesting to see just how Mak manages on the service receive. That could be a determining factor in this one. One thing's for sure,
6-all.
Mak's going to see some flair from both of his opponents in this group. Anders Lind, the incredibly talented, highly mercurial, and always entertaining superstar, is also in the group, so we're going to see some fun stuff. You can be sure of that in men's singles group 14.
7-6.
And we've seen enough already from the 21-year-old lefty from Macao, China, to suggest that he is going to bring entertainment as well. Content to trade, and not in awe or at all in any way cowed by the thought that he's up against a player who's ranked 21 in the world right now.
8-7.
8-7. So after that, a little bit of a struggle at the start of this. Togami nudges his way in front, but he will have to be mindful that Mak is playing his shots. Oh, and that's more like it. He's settling into the groove now. Once that backhand starts to unfurl, then you're going to be in trouble if you give him opportunities like that. Into the groove. And now Mak just encouraged to get on with it and play again, but he's poked the bear in making such a good start. And now, these are the big moments for the young man. Came out with no fear, played wonderfully, but he now is staring at 3 game points for the Japanese 24-year-old.
10-8.
As I said earlier on, it's incredible, especially when you have vivid memories of Kawakami fresh in mind, just how similar these two are. The haircut, the lankiness, the always on the front foot style of play. But the 16-year-old earlier on today showed a pragmatism which we've just seen from Shinsuke Togami. Remember, he was down probably midway through this first game against his Macanese opponent, who has nothing to fear and who has been playing his shots. But then a solid bit of play as we look in on Tom and Jerry, as well as our event mascot Bobo, having a well-earned sip of something cooling. And that's what Togami's doing. 11-8 in the first.
それ打たれたからといって別にそこ怖がる必要はないし、どっちかというと今チキータが結構今距離感的にあれだから別に普通に戸上のサーブの時とかも普通に全然そんなに何も相手特にないから自分のレシーブの感覚
又唔係擺入，都係正規段嘅分，報翻住個分正手段執上執下，發長都唔係辦法，因為發長都有啲球速咁慢，冇乜着數。
Time, please.
OK、それこれ。
Yes.
Second game, Togami to serve. Love all. Love one.
It'll be interesting
Two, love.
to know what Jin Ueda's words were to Shunsuke Togami during that little break there, because he had to sort himself out halfway through that first game. He was a little bit loose, and his opponent, as you can see, doesn't need a second invitation, particularly on that forehand. Generates a lot of power. He's a tall, rangy player, is Mark, and he's more than willing to play anything wide. That was cunning, though, from the world doubles champion, showing full coverage of the table.
Two, three.
And then he brings the power. Again, though, something of a slow start to this second game, as was the first.
Let. 2, 3.
That was wonderfully creative from
4.
Mark there. Confronted by a ball that came with him without too much pace, and he took even more off it by just fanning across that backhand there. And that was too much of a problem for Togami to solve. That compounded work on the ball. That's where he's been good.
5-2.
Very happy to just get below the table and come up over the ball, and he's hit some super shots already. Out come the guns, and he's at this.
Let. 5-2.
Brings to mind that
3,
performance
5.
earlier on by another relatively unheralded Macanese player, Liang On-Na, who really gave Zhang Yicheng a lot of problems.
4, 5.
But then, as we saw in the first game, once Togami recognizes what he's up against this player he won't have seen before, he finds his way into it.
4.
But the mistakes have been a little bit too regular in this second, as they were in the first. Coach Ueda, I'm sure, will be making aware of that. If he just keeps it on the table, he's got a chance. Whew. Unless his opponent
7,
can
4.
unfurl something like that on the backhand. Whoa. He generates power, hardly any backswing.
5.
Straight
7.
up the middle. It's worked before, and it works again for Togami. Seeing as he's a player we haven't seen a whole lot of, maybe brings to mind maybe Cho Dae-sung, the South Korean player. There's no way he's happy to hit relatively short
5, 7.
backswing on the stroke, but he punches the ball.
Let. 5, 7. Let. 5, 7.
Does he go the same way? Yep, why not?
6, 7.
And he follows that up once we eventually got the serve good with an absolute rapier there that forces a timeout to be called. So Mamanle, a little bit of Cantonese coming your way from Macao China corner here.
佢都肯定係短㗎啦，領唔領㗎嘛？領唔領？領就唔使話一定爆，領到啦，跟住跟尾領去飯堂，搏佢就冇得領。佢都係發短，短冇西，我覺得就發短正就冇西，西靠嚟直接就9個正就搏佢一分，你俾佢追到7平都係水嘅，佢都搏啲嘢。而家搏好過呢度9比7邊搏。 直接走去啲正手度領嘅，好啊。係啊，就係正手領啊！我估佢係發冇西，佢唔會發重下旋。佢發冇西嗰度好氣。如果你睇到佢係重下旋，你咪或者猜翻板啦，係嘛？搏呢分啦。
He's still very much in this one. 7-6 advantage for Mark in this second game. He just trails by 1, but remember they're playing best of 5 in this stage 1 action, the group stage action.
Eight, 6.
And it's still tight. It was that constant firing into the body of Mark that really did the trick for Togami there. Been impressed by the preparation of the Macao China players. Credit to their coaches, Ho Wing-lun and Chen Xingtong.
8, 9.
And he's just maintaining an advantage. Should he be able to get his hands on a game here? Well, it changes the whole complexion of things. And it was the higher ranked player who was hanging on for dear life, but Togami's defense was superb, and then finally he turned the tables on his opponent. Again, firing it in to that body, making it awkward there for Mark. And that's a miss, and that's an opportunity. Just a window of opportunity to gain point, to make this one 1-1. As Mark is encouraged to play, it's a big, big point this. But again, fired into the center of the mass for deuce. But Togami's having to really scrap in this second game. Eased away at the end of the first, having been pushed all the way. But this has been tough again. Outstanding.
10, 11.
Stinging backhand gives him a chance now to take the game. But it's been sporadic so far from the Japanese star.
11 all.
And you can hear the locals in this crowd are really getting behind their young man. Just bringing that across the side of the ball there. And again that backhand is penetrative, pushing it into areas that were uncomfortable for Togami. And another chance, game point Mark once again. He's done it.
13-11. Game to match. 1-0.
And you can really not say that he doesn't deserve that one. Excellent play this from Marc Tignan to take out that second game, to level this up at 1 apiece, and to really cause a few concerns for the Japanese camp. You can hear both coaches in the background. 13-11. That makes it a 1-1 game.
唔知佢擺斷啲波，你就用側身。
結構ちょっと下回転アップだから。大丈夫大丈夫。レシーブ
今日啲正手即係暫時第一場你唔係好做。調節下咬住佢啲機嘅，即係對開啲波，其實有啲時佢都唔講，係衝你少少走快啲，當佢省隊咁打，省隊死平。 唔使驚啊！
Time, please. Third game.
Well, the last words there were, don't be scared, don't be afraid.
Marc to serve.
And Marc has played with no fear.
Love one.
Question really remains, can he continue to play with no fear?
Two love.
As Togami is going to have to tighten things up. Very quickly realized that he couldn't afford to give Mac a lot of width. And as a result, whether it's the short touch play, when he's just drilling the ball into the body of the Macanese youngster, he's giving him very little room to work with if he can help it.
Love 4.
Again, the words from Marc's coach are all about just calming him down. No problem, don't worry. As much as anything, he just has to be natural and express himself.
1-4.
Misses this time, but he was on the attack again.
One. Two, 6.
Can he build himself into this game again? It's gone a different way to the others in which he's had the advantage only for Togami to fight back. Now it's a 4-point match because they're tied up at 1 apiece.
2, 7.
Make that 5 now in this game.
8-2.
But for the first time, we're just seeing Mac start to miss the target a little bit. Crucially, Togami keeping it in play, cutting out his own errors. But there's always that. Very nice.
9.
Super setup, and when it popped up, it was a put away. So he's swarming the opponent really in this game is Togami.
Hey. 3-10.
It's taken a while in coming, but now he's beginning to do what we probably expected Shunsuke Togami to do in this match. 7 game points for a 2-1 lead.
10-4.
Not this time, but you can see he's taking just that little extra bit of care with everything he does. And in the end, when that was fired in.
Togami.
Togami, without any great show of emotion, has made a statement here after two extremely competitive games. That was one-sided.
ほとんど点数が取ってる。
So 11-4 in the third. And if you know your Japanese, you'll hear what's going on with the way that they're.
こうなった方が多分動きあれだから、逆に長いのをつなげて限定した方が自分がやりやすい。もうバーンって打たれたってさ、しょうがない。もう今できるところでもやるしかない。大丈夫。いよいよ。
So that was a far more serene encounter between coach and player. That wasn't the case in the first two games, which were really anyone's, and they went one apiece. But for the first time really in this match, the golf in recent play, the golf in ranking places between the two became apparent.
Level. One left.
Togami on the front foot once again. You have to look forward to his match against Anders Lind. You just know that's going to be... Well, what it's going to be is full of quality play, full of attacking endeavour, and full of maverick quality as well. But massive credit to the young Macao player here, Mark, who has not taken a backward step once in this match. Never looked as if he didn't belong in this ITTF World Cup setting. And he's a player who's continued to go on the attack whenever he can. Only problem now is the scoreboard is just beginning to turn against him.
3-2.
Again, the encouragement, because he's picked up a couple of good points in a row to make it 3-all. Of course, we saw Togami put together an excellent run at the ATTU Asian Cup in Haikou.
3-4.
Carried that form through to Singapore, but then had to pull out of his match against Tomislav Putsar in Chongqing quite late in the day.
5
through injury. And he looks as if he's moving well, looks as if he's sharp enough now. Just getting himself back to match sharpness, really. Competition sharpness is Togami. That was such an amazing response.
6.
He had no right to get that back. Mark the way he did into the body of Togami. And again, the fans beginning to sense that he can do something special here because he's fought back within 1 point. And now he's level. And Togami's getting back into those bad habits that we saw earlier on. Dropping points, looking a little bit loose in the execution at times. Oh, and that unusually crafted shot wasn't far away from landing from Mark. He's got a maverick quality to him, which makes it hard to guess direction at times. But that one is in the net. And Togami weathers something of a storm. solid in defense, just off the table. 2-point game.
Let 6-8.
He just keeps coming at you.
7-8.
And it is the timeout. He had the timeout up his sleeve for a moment, just such as this one. And Shunsuke Togami calls it. Because his lead is now just 1 point. And his opponent was building up.
結構でももうサーバーでも下系でロングも全部もう下系だから。
Not a Japanese speaker, but I guess they're talking about the deceptive qualities of Mac.
パチンが多分難しいからさ、バックで打つときにはいいけど、だったらちょっともう回転かけて次頑張るしかない。やっぱりこうちょっとしたとこだけど、今長く長くっていくけど、ちょっとずらした方がね、バック普通にバックつくにちょっと真ん中寄りするとか。 でサーブに対しては、本当、ロブうまく使った方がいいですね。ここだけになって結構あとというかね。
タイム。
まあ、頑張れ。大丈夫大丈夫。
Time, please.
Not too many words required from Jin Ueda there, but it's been obvious that the way Mark shapes to play some of his shots, you expect one thing and you get something really quite different. It's a difficult customer to work out, certainly in a quick best of 5. Real quality on the backhand there. Just see how he got on top of it. And gave it a little bit there, so too much for Togami to control. 8-all. But that time, it's Togami who brings a little bit of quality, taking that wide and quicker out to the forehand. And he was never really in the right position. He was that time, but the third of those blasting forehands from Mark finds the top of the net and goes long. And as a result, it gives Shunsuke Togami what he's been questing for throughout this match. But he's by no means had it all his own way. So there he is, 2 more points.
Nine, 10.
Well, one of them goes. He's fighting for his life, fighting for his survival. And there's still one of those 2 match points left for Shunsuke Togami. Can the 21-year-old keep his nerve? It was cruel.
11,
in the end,
9.
off the net.
Game and match
All he could do was just serve one up for Togami to put away, which he does. And he may well have won his first match of 2 in this group, but Shunsuke Togami will be the first to admit that he was by no means in cruise control in that match. That was a little bit harsh, the way it ended. But that's what you got to do when the chance presents itself. The Japanese star put it away. No way back for Mark. But Mark is somebody who's done his cause a lot of good here in this match. So 11-8 and then 13-11 against him before 11-4 and 11-9. It's Shunsuke Togami who wins the first. He'll look forward to his match up against Anders Lind, the second to be played by him in the men's singles group 14. So massive credit. Look to that right-hand side. Plenty of points won by his opponent. And that big streak came in the third game, which was the only one-sided game. But let's look back at the highlights of an entertaining match.
Serve. Which side? This side. 3. Seven all. Back play. 1, 3. 7, 4. 5, 7. 11, 4. Game. 7, 8. 11, 9. Game and match to Togami. Togami won 3 games to 1.
He did 3-1, and that is where we check in on this group and see that Togami's name is at the top with the 2 points. But Anders Lind will have something to say about that, as he has both the opponents to take on. As remember, only the top finisher in any of these groups will go through to the knockout round. Stage 2. Next up, back to the women's group 10 action, and it's Korea's fast improving Shin Yubin up against the Swede Linda Bergstrom. Here she comes, 31 years old right now. A rare defensive player on show. And she comes up against somebody who is anything but defensive. 21 years old right now, the bubbly Korean. And she is somebody who has really been making waves in her recent outings. 14th ranked right now, Shin Yubin. And she's been taking on and beating some of the best in the world. Most notably, most recently, junior length WTT champions Chongqing, before pushing Wang Yidi all the way in that same WTT event. She's back in World Cup action here in Macau for a 3rd time as Shin Yubin. Went out in the round of 16 in 2025 and did the same the year before. As for Linda, it was qualification stage exits 2025 and 2024.
Please.
Well, here is Shin Yubin, who, it must be said, has, over the course of maybe the last 9, 12 months or so, really come on leaps and bounds in terms of her belief against the very biggest players in the world. Marcus Berger is our umpire.
I have red and black. Red, black for you. Red wins. Receive, so you have service. Which side you want to play? This one, okay.
To that point about Shin Yubin, quarter-finalist in WTT champions Chongqing. That's her most recent outing. As for Linda, well, She's struggled a little bit in terms of WTT results of late to match that kind of form. We saw her in action most recently in Slovenia. 31 years old right now. And in terms of European competition, last time we saw her really active was the Top 16 Cup in Montreux. She went down 3-love to Charlotte Lutz. As for Shin Yubin, well, hers has been a story of can she fulfill the promise she showed as a youngster? The answer would appear to be yes right now. Has she got a top 10 ranking in the world in her? Well, that will be very much dependent on a consistency of performance. But there have been encouraging signs recently. Wins against Honoka Hashimoto, Chu Yuling.
Let's welcome the player for table 2, representing Czechia,
Chanyaka is the assistant umpire. Straight into action there. And for Shin Yubin, it's going to be a question of coming to terms with the defensive style of Linda Bergstrom. Won't be anything that's too out of the ordinary for Shin Yubin to deal with. Just taking a little look at what we have seen from Linda in recent times. Has she got enough offensively to take a game to Shin Yubin here?
Shin to serve, level.
Shin's a very grooved player. Likes to get into her zone. Case in point.
Love.
Great technician. Very happy to just get on with it.
Love 2. One, two.
And really, it's, as we've seen so much of defensive-minded players, an opportunity to get forward and attack when she can. Goes for that higher toss backhand service. And then gets into her groove before the forehand comes out. But
3-1.
Nicely done by Shin Yubin, just took the pace off it there. Didn't give her anything to work with once Linda had settled into that attack mode. That ball just dying on her. There's the new punchy, crunchy start from Shin Yubin. Found a good angle on that as well. Looking to command on the forehand once again, but just missing on that occasion. Jumped right around outside the table.
Again,
though, looking to bring some real variety on the service, just dipping down into a chopping service there, Linda. She knows that that's going to have to be her weapon. Surprise factor. And then she's a little angry with herself then, off that backhand. But naturally, look how far back off the table she is, right from the get-go, Bergstrom.
Seven, 2.
Frustrated with herself. Student of psychology, Linda, and somebody who's very, very smart in terms of the way she approaches the game, but there's power coming at her here from Shin that she's struggling at times to deal with.
2-8.
Unable yet to really get into that groove backhand chop that serves her so well, and it's kind of been a hybrid performance so far. Shin Yubin's given us exactly what you'd expect to see from her. In particular, looking to get onto that forehand whenever possible.
3-8.
Well, that's the classic duel we'd expect in this match. Shin lifting, Linda looking to just chop and deny her that opportunity. But when we've seen Bergstrom get onto the forehand, that's when the points have gone against her.
It's
a 9-4 game. And it's one in which Shin Yubin looks as if she's just learning as she goes here. That's what she wants, and we've seen that so many times. 6 game points. Where does Bergstrom make an impact on Shin's game? Great service receive.
11-4.
Wrong footing the opponent there. And the question hangs in the air really here, because we know what we're going to get from Shin, and it's been a powerful statement in that first game. And that's what Linda's up against right now. She was just wrong-footed there as that one came back, and then once she'd lost that advantage, that's punishing from Shin. Well played first game for the Korean, and she's off in the corner having won 11-4.
그리고 한쪽 갔을 때 공격한다고 해도 내가 끊어서 툭툭 거는 게 막 세게 나잖아. 지금 아까처럼 초반처럼 툭툭 받아주다가 다시 백카트하면 유빈이 너가 미드를 또 몰아주고 계속 이런 식으로 연결 가는 건 진짜 길게 서비스를 길게 넣어주고 백쪽으로 많이 넣으니까 하다가 한 번씩 또 한쪽으로 섞어주고 들어오면 또 강하게 나가거든.
So a first game that threw up really a lot of problems for the Swede as much as anything there. Shin Yubin is going to come at you. She's going to look to get on the forehand in particular. But we saw more forehands from Linda Bergstrom in that first game that you might have expected.
Bergstrom to serve, level.
The problem being that she can't really do enough with them to harm her opponent. And there's the thing.
Love one.
If she gets on to that backhand with the longer pips, yes, she can just chop away, cut away. She might feel that that isn't going to take her anywhere, but the forehand is not enough of a weapon. If you look at Honoka Hashimoto, for example, she's able to come in even on the backhand and she can get a bit more out of it as an attacking force. No attack coming whatsoever from Bergstrom on the backhand.
2-1.
Short game, variety, service. As soon as they get into exchanges, it's too easy for Shin because she knows if she plays to that Bergstrom forehand, she's only going to get something looping back that she can play again. Two all. Half an opportunity. They were both back off the table again there. But it's not enough of a weapon, the Bergstrom forehand. She's trying to manufacture something there on the backhand that was never quite right. And again, out to the forehand. apologizes there. Seen this before, trying to make something happen on that forehand. Not quite able to execute. 2-6.
Let 2-6. Two, 7. It's a familiar tale, and Shin Yubin is more than happy to just take it out to that forehand and say to Linda, what have you got? Again, that one more central, awkward ball, but it's now 9-2. And remember, it was 2-all not that long ago. Drilled for 8 game points for a 2-love lead. And this one is slipping and sliding fast away from the Swede. Oh, beautifully done. 11-2.
Say what you will about their opponent's inability so far to make any impact. Shin Yubin has played some lovely shots here. This isn't something we've seen an awful lot of there, but it was just too easy. She executes that to perfection. Look at the length she got on that. So in the end, what looked like being a tight game early on turned into a procession. 11-2 to go with an 11-4. This opening match in women's singles group 10. It's Shin Yubin in a hurry.
중간에 여기로 많이 몰리긴 하거든요. 모는 건 저는 한 번씩은 또 일로 가도 돼요. 좀 얘가 이제 너무 지킨다 싶으면 아니면 또 계속 당하면 계속 해줘도 되는 거죠. 이거 수비랑 하면 또 한 세트 또 어영부영하다가 또 넘어가면 안 되니까 초반에 또 쪼여가지고 확실히 감 잡기 전까지 끊는 거죠. 넘있으면 줄이면. 응? 유빈이 넘있으면 줄이면 질 게 없으니까.
좀 놓고 치는 거거든요. 계속
Third game, Shin to serve, love all.
And that's the point at the start of the game that really sums up what we've seen over the preceding 2 games. When it goes to the backhand, yes, she'll chop underneath it, but unable to chop with the forehand, limiting the options really for Bergstrom, who just keeps it in play really for Shin, who's happy to then command, which she does again. Fault called.
Angle.
On the angle.
Challenge.
Is there a challenge? Yes, there is. Off we go to a review. Saw one earlier on today and challenged, seeing as it was a call from a fault straight away. And I think it turned out to be about 45 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. But why not? It was in the Eugene Wang-Thibaut Poré match. I think it was Wang who challenged as soon as he was faulted, only to be told, yeah, that was the right call, quite comfortably. Let's see what happens this time for Linda Bergstrom.
We'll have a replay for you very, very soon. And if nothing else, it might give Linda a chance just to regroup here, no matter what happens with the ultimate decision on this call. And remember, if the call is not vertical, it means that it was beyond the permissible 30 degrees off vertical, and it is by 8.73. So it's verticality in any direction. Tossed
Challenge
back into a
unsuccessful.
position in
Love
which to
three.
feed that tomahawk chop.
Timeout.
And a timeout called straight off the back of that decision as well. So, time for Linda to listen.
Svårt läge just nu, så kanske rörelser av backen så
Jag kan styra om backen upp.
Försök att lite mer teknologiskt.
Ja, men det känns som att få liksom fin någonting på knappt sätt ett slag, känns det som. Alltså, sätter ju några också. Det blir som att så fort, ja då ska jag deffa backen och då blir jag så här, vad fan ska jag göra nu?
Ja, det blir precis. Det blir ju väldigt lite deffspel generellt. Jag vet inte om du vill verkligen. En väg måste du prova.
Ja,
om du antingen hissar eller om du verkar gå lite aggressivt. Prova någonting. Försöka komma in som ett verkligen så ha nära frontspel så hårt någon gång i första bollen.
Ja. Nej. Kom igen. Så, kör vi.
So the instructions coming from Tobias Bergman there. And that comes off the back of
Love 3.
a fault on a service. So another point gone. She's 2 down and she's 3 love down. That's the best we've seen
3-1
from Linda Bergstrom. Started that exchange backhand all the way, but then eventually got herself in a position to actually make that forehand count. But back comes Shin Yubin.
4-1.
She's such a drilled player, Shin, such accomplished power hitter. If you let her settle, she's going to bring the heat. Yeah, straight away, her first movement then was to get around onto a forehand, should she need it. So Bergstrom has burned the timeout. She's 5-1 down. She can't afford to lose this game, of course, otherwise she'll have lost her first match here in this group. The third player in Group 10, incidentally, is Singaporean Chen Xingtong. Just makes you wonder why she doesn't turn to that a little bit more often. Just grooving that backhand chop, looking to just try and use that and the spin she gets on it as an offensive weapon.
6-3.
Again, that one just diving into the net because of the amount of spin on the back of it. But she surrendered the initiative the minute she played the forehand there. Not enough penetration, and it gave Shin Yubin a chance to get around it. Show of frustration from Linda there as that one finds the net.
again.
9-3.
She really is pounding that forehand. You could see the lateral movement that Bergstrom got on the ball, but it didn't phase Shin Yubin in one bit. And look at that, straight into position, left leg out.
Nine, 4.
And at the moment, that looks like Bergstrom's best way to a point, because she was way back and really anticipating the worst there. Back it comes
4,
again.
10.
She knows what's coming and she knows how to deal with it. And with that, takes herself to the brink of victory here. She still has 5 match points though, Shin, to get this finished up. And if it's served up in her hitting zone, well, she will hit it. Lovely angle on that one.
Game and match.
Beautiful
Shin.
action.
Shin wins 3
Cuffing
games to 0.
around the outside of that, and that dragged it into a position that Bergstrom couldn't cope with. As a result, it's a straightforward victory, this one, for Shin Yubin, the 21-year-old, off to a winning start here in the ITTF World Cup here in Macau. And in the women's singles group 10, she now will be taking on Tong in her second match of the group, with 2 points to her name already. As for the player 10 years her senior, well, she comes off the back of a somewhat chastening experience here across the whole of this one. Just 11 points picked up by Bergstrom against Shin Yubin. And those 11 points then, only a third of the total her opponent took in a very one-sided match as it played out here. Whichever way you look at those stats, that was dominant from Shin Yubin. Let's look back at the best moments from her and from the match.
Receive, so you have service. Which side you want to play? This one, okay. Love-o. One love. For 10. Two. 8-2. Three, 1. Nine, 4. 11-5, game and match to Shin. Shin wins 3 games to 0.
So comfortable enough there for Shin Yubin as she now looks to take on Tong in her second group stage match, her stage 1 match, and then we'll turn our attention forward here on table 1, because as you can see, there's table 2 action still ongoing here. And that is a match in men's singles group 3. Christian Carlsen 9-4 up in the third, 1-1 against Lubomir Jančarik. Our next match, though, we'll see another Swede in action in the men's singles group 7. Anton Schaubere up against Chinese Taipei's Feng Yi-Hsin.
representing Sweden, Anton Schauber.
So here he comes, the smiling face there above the man who's all business as he strides out here. 28 years old, the right-hander. Currently ranked in the 30s, 32 right now, and he's a player who we've seen so many times down the years demonstrate that he's really got the ability to be far, far higher up than that. Only meeting of these two players came at the World Team Championships in Busan, and it was a tight one, a 3-2 win for Schauber on that occasion against a 23-year-old in Feng Yi-Hsin, who was last ranked at 51 in the world. Anton competing for the third time here in Macau in ITTF Men's Singles World Cup action. He's enjoyed his trips here. Round of 16 before he'd lost to Yingsha last year. The year before that, he went one better, made the quarterfinals before going down to Tomokazu Harimoto. His opponent taking a little bit of time to get across for the coin toss, and then we'll have a think about what to expect from Feng in this match.
Have red back. Red for Feng, back for Schauber. Red with the toss. Service. Left side. Okay.
So Pilak is umpire for this one. Just seeing him in action. Seen plenty of him today. He had the first match. The honor of getting this World Cup up and running here today. So 23 years old, world ranking of 51, as I said. Right-hander, as you can see, in action right now. Just taking a little look at recent action for the man from Chinese Taipei. We saw him in action in WTT competition and the Singapore Smash. Went down against Alexei Lebrun in the round of 64. As for Anton, well, of course, a very familiar figure, whether you're watching international or club matches. He was involved in an entertaining match against Tomokazu Harimoto in Chongqing recently. Went down 3-2 in that one. Prior to that, was disappointed to go out to Wong Chun Ting at the first hurdle in the Singapore Smash. But in terms of, as we look in at Robert Olensky there, assisting this time out. Look at him in the big ITTF events. I mentioned his round of 16 and his quarter-final appearance in the previous two outings here in Macau. At the World Championships in Doha, he was a round of 16 finisher there, going down against Lin Shidong. So Schauber you will always fancy in situations like this. It's quite the group that they find themselves in, because men's singles group 7 also features a certain Felix Lebrun coming off the back of a big win. So quality in this one in particular. Two Europeans who will be eyeing up a place at the top of those standings, and therefore progress here in Macau.
First game, Feng serve, love all. One lob.
He's an energetic, bouncy, lively player, is Feng. All business, all action. But that Schauber backhand flick on receive comes straight into play. Beautiful shot maker when he's at his best. Beautiful flow to his play. Goes for the toss.
2-1.
High enough, and then the finish was exemplary. Push had good length on it, but he's quick to snap into it.
2-all.
Started in a hurry here as Xiaobao, looking to play his shots right from the get-go.
Two.
Just looking a little bit further back, he was involved in that Europe Top 16 Cup in Montreux. Went down in a real thriller against Benedict Duda, did Xiaobao.
3-all.
15-13 in the fifth in that one. And that's probably as commanding a shot as we've seen from him so far, that most recent winner.
Four, 3. Three, 5.
And this is what he's so good at, that athleticism, to be able to get into the table with such power. Back off the table, up it goes, but
4,
comes
5.
down just a little bit wide. Guided the first one back beautifully there. And probably would have thought he could have got that one in play. Beautifully done.
6-4.
When that flick came back with heat, he just took that step to the right. Perfectly on top, in control of things. And then the power. It's been a feature of these opening points in this opening game. When he's been able to get onto that forehand and just blast it towards this line, towards the Feng forehand. He's enjoyed a lot of success already. Not that time. He was hurried up twice on the backhand, just across the body. Smart play from the younger man.
Six, 7.
Who closes now within one. Little fight back from Feng.
Seven, all.
Seven all now.
Seven, 8.
This is quite the run here from Feng, and Anton suddenly, from being in a calm and comfortable position, has just got a little bit of a worry across that brow of his. Misses with a backhand.
7.
And this has turned into a string of 5 points in a row now from the man from Chinese Taipei. The young man has got some real momentum behind him.
Nine, 8. Nine, all.
9 all. And at this stage, it's looking like a very different game from just a few points back when Anton was in control without ever running away with things.
10-9.
But just when it matters most, he gets what he needs. It's a game point as he serves. Did so well there because there was a real stinging forehand fired at him, and he got that up in a fanning backhand kind of block. Held it up straight in front of him. That one there, modified a shot really, just had to get it back. Wow, way outside the forehand. And that turned out to be enough to win it for him and to take the game. Really fascinating game, that one. Anton started well, Feng reeled off the points and got himself to a strong position, only for the Swede to close it out. Suggests this might be a tight one, 11-9 in the first.
Han är inte farlig. Jag läser man nummer 2 i avdrag. Ja, men det var sida över. Ja, exakt. Men jag tror den är viktig. Alltså, när jag ska bjuda på bäcken, på delucken, lång här. Inte mycket det vi har på. Jag tycker inte är inte så.
Second game, Schaber to serve. Love all. Love 1. One all.
Well, Anton Kallberg will be hoping that it's a double Swedish delight, because as he's been playing, Robert Carlsen's been in action, and he has just closed out his match against Jan Schurig.
One, 3.
Yeah, Carlsen just confirmed on table 2. He's just won that one 3-1. So, can Kallberg do something similar? He's 3-1 down, but he leads by a game to love.
1-4.
Of all the serving idiosyncrasies, this is always a fun one, particularly when he lets it drop on the table and snatches it.
4-2.
This time, though, he went really wide with the service.
Five, 2. Three, 5.
A little bit of fortune early on in that exchange there, but he stayed on top, rode that one well on the backhand there, and put it into a really awkward position for Feng.
Three, 6.
Tried a shot that has worked for him so often. Backhand flick, but just dragged it a little bit, pushed it wide. So it's a 3-point game.
6-4. Seven, 4.
Tried to steer it, but Feng had enough heat on that to just take it a little bit long. So he maintains a 3-point advantage, serving again.
5-7.
That's an incredible bit of misfortune there, really, as Feng is not afraid to show his emotions. Still 2 ahead, though, as he prepares to receive.
Six, 7.
But now it's getting serious because he's back within 1, is Kallberg. There's that little drop and snatch on the service prep.
7 all.
The younger man might want to just curb some of these attacking instincts there. That was a difficult one to really get after as he looked to fire it into the body of Kallberg.
At 7.
Down the line he goes to perfection. Let's look at where that one hits. 8-7 serving. And then brilliantly
7,
done.
9.
Saw the opportunity, stepped into the table, and then just delivered enough punch on that to take it beyond the Swede.
Seven, 10.
And just as Kallberg closed out the first game with a flurry of points, it's going the way of the man from Chinese Taipei right now, who has 3 game points, having looked frustrated just a short while ago.
Ten-8.
He's stretched, dragged out of shape as Kallberg saves one of those game points. But Feng will be serving now, needing just one of these to come good. Wow, it was really just the length. That was so far right into the corner. Thought it was going to drop long, actually, and then was just caught on the hop, caught by surprise. So he's down to 1 game point. Which he squanders. And this could be huge in the context of the match, because if Kallberg goes on to win this game, well, you'll feel it'll be a big, damaging psychological blow to Feng.
$11, 10.
A little G up there from Feng. That's more like it. A bit more proactive. And he serves again at game point. He's dropped 3 of them already. He has another chance now with the 4th. Can't take it though.
Oh.
So Kallberg demonstrating all of his fighting qualities. And again, the length is impeccable there. That time, taking it to the paint and just getting a little bit out of shape there, Feng. So it's game point now for the Swede. Very clever.
13-11.
Beautiful touch and placement there from Kallberg when he needed it most. Just as we saw at the end of the first game, he comes up with some high quality play. Just a lovely probing push, just fading out there. No pace on it, nothing on it. Nice and empty. And as a result, a little bit too much for Feng to deal with. Just underneath it slightly there. Just dummied that. Smart play. And it's a 2-love lead. So 13-11, and again a tight one between these two, but it's Kallberg with a big advantage.
Third game, Feng to serve, love all. One love.
So what does Feng do differently? You'd probably say not too much. It's just that when it's mattered most, he's just let games slip away from him. Had a string of game points in the second, was very much involved in the first, only for Kallberg just to nick the game away from him at the end of it.
One, two.
But he might feel, if anything, he just needs to be a bit more ruthless when he's on top. That was powered into the backhand there. No way that was going to hit the right part of the table from Feng.
2-all.
So grooved, so good in position there, and Coach Bergman very happy with that timeout called, because that has been a difficult run of points really for Team Feng to digest. Needs to regroup now in a must-win game. Prayer. So when it matters most, across what we've seen in 2 and a bit games, Anton Kallberg has just had enough.
3.
Will that continue to be the story here in this opening stage 1 group match?
3-all.
Men's singles group 7, working our way through these groups today and of course over the next 2 days to determine the 16 players in both the men's and the women's singles that will go through to the second stage, the knockout stage, best of 7 matches.
4-all.
And this is following a similar pattern to those which have preceded it, this game. Very tight, not much between them.
Five, 4.
And we see flashes of that from Feng, who backed up, same position, same heat, brought to bear on his opponent. And then stepping in with the
4,
backhand,
6.
punching that one into the body of the Swede. As a result, he's doing what he did last game, which is just opening up an advantage, but he wasn't able to make the advantage count last game. Has to this time. Has to win all 3 games that remain.
4-7.
And in this group, remember, 3-player group, 3-man group. Felix Lebrun is the 3rd player. Recently crowned WTT Champions winner. Oh, and that is fired back at his opponent. These two holding nothing back. Blasted that one into the body as he was just moving to the right. Perfect placement from Kallberg.
Seven, 6.
It's the kind of break that you need when you just wanted to stay in touch, and he does just that. Well, he made one adjustment there onto the backhand, but couldn't make the second, Feng, and Kallberg draws level. There was one, he sent him the wrong way, recovered once, but this time a little bit wider, unable to find the target.
Seven, 8.
But it's tight and it's tense once again, but the only problem for Feng Yi-Hsin is that he can't afford to lose this game. Can't afford to let it go the way of the others. Wonderful from the Swede, mixed it up, invited the rally, was second best, second favorite maybe early on, before he produced that absolute beauty. And then into the body once again. 3 exquisite shots, showcasing the full athleticism of Anton Kallberg. And then he manufactured an inside-out push really there. This thing here looking to just put it into an awkward area, but Feng was alive to the danger and produced some real fire.
Nine all.
9-all. But it's crucially 2 games up Anton Kallberg. Takes the towel break, composes himself. Where he's been really good in this match is winning points at stages just like this. But he can't do it this time, and it's an opportunity for Feng. But he squandered, what, 4 game points in the last game. He cannot afford to do that. Must get himself on the board. Has he got the maturity, the composure, the nous to do that against this experienced opponent? No, it's Kallberg, and he's never beaten. He will always come back at you. He knows what to do. And that wasn't just a defensive play either. That was a high-quality effort off the backhand. Juice. Worth it.
10.
Really worked hard to get that one over on the forehand, and in so doing, earns himself a chance to take out this match. Saved the game point, earns now the match point. So good, such a good performance against a tricky opponent, and that celebration tells you all you need to know. Anton Kallberg was pushed hard in this one, and now he sets up an encounter to savor with Felix Lebrun. That really is going to be quite the match. But again, as I said, when it mattered most across all 3 games, the quality of the Swede came through. The big match experience, the knowledge, and the calmness to convert. So he takes it. And those scorelines tell you just how tough this was. 11-9, 13-11, 12-10. Had to save game points along the way there, but he always found a way to get it done. Feng's taken 30 points off him there. He's done pretty well across most metrics, but when it mattered most, it was Anton Kallberg who had that little bit extra.
With the toss. Service. One block. 3, 5. Seven, all. 4, 2. At 7. 11. 13-11. Game 2. 7-5. 11-10. 12-10. Game and match to Kallberg.
Well, there he is. That's a highly competitive match and very well won by Anton Kallberg. There you see the name of Felix Lebrun at the bottom there. He'll spring into action in his first match tomorrow, and we'll see which way this group goes. But that looks like building up to quite the showdown between him and Kallberg. Well, the action just keeps on coming here inside the Galaxy Arena. Beautiful setting. And now our next 2 players are on their way, and there's going to be a cheer for the second of them to make the walk. It might be one for the first, but Dragoman will be perfectly okay with that. The 25-year-old Romanian makes the walk. Ranking of 50 in the world, as you saw, but now she's up against somebody ranked 3 in the world. Chen Xingtong is the player that she must take on in this opening encounter in women's singles group 3. It's a group which also features from Chinese Taipei, Yi-Hsin. So here comes Tong, 2024, round of 16 before she went down against Yingsha, and she lost to the same player last year in the semi-final in the ITTF Men's and Women's World Cup Macao 2025. As for her opponent, well, it's a debut for her at this level. First World Cup outing for Dragoman, and that in itself is a special occasion. Great to see some of these players able to compete on the World Cup stage, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Dragoman. And we've seen 1 or 2 players really rise to the occasion today. Young Frenchwoman Charlotte Lutz was outstanding in her first taste of World Cup action. Saw the Macanese play very, very well earlier on as well. The young Natan, I think it was. And now, what will we see from this woman who's just called across, as is Tong for a coin toss before we get into our build-up to this match? And the person calling them across was Hong Kong, China's Chan Yaka, who's going to be our umpire, assisted by Marcus Berger for this one.
So Red or black? Red. So you have black. Black. Receive. You to serve. So which end? This end. Okay. Okay. Warm up.
So here is Andrea Dragoman. I'm joined by Fraser Riley for this one. What do we know about the 25-year-old with a world ranking of 50? Obviously a World Cup debut for her.
I think that she's been playing pretty well recently, John. She made a breakthrough at star contender level, reaching the quarter-final in Chennai. That was the furthest she's gone at a major WTT series event, but she's up against a former champion here, John.
Yeah, world ranking of number 3, seeded 3, and obviously somebody that heads up this group. You'd expect her to make it through from this one. And Tong is somebody that we know all about. She's got the composure. Not likely to slip up early on. She seems to know how to calmly plot her path and her way through to the latter stages more often than not. There is Marcus assisting in this match.
Tong is just so good at keeping her cards close to her chest. She's selective. She knows when to resist. She knows when to inject some speed, and what a backhand she possesses.
Just looking at her in recent WTT action in Chongqing of the champions, it was around a 16 exit at the hands of Sheshunyao. Up and coming star there. In Singapore at the Smash, it was a quarter-final exit and a chastening one there. Beaten in straight games, 4-love by Chen Yi. So maybe Tong's going to feel in front of a partisan crowd. She's got a couple of points to prove this week. A lot of talk about the changing of the guard in terms of the Chinese women's team.
Ball.
Really fascinating player, Chen Xingtong. Alongside Wang Yidi, seen as one of the more senior members, one of the big sisters of the Chinese national team. You're right in what you say, John, when you've got Kwai Man, when you've got Chen Yi and a couple others like Qin Yuxuan, who's featuring here, he does have a point to prove.
Yeah, it's going to be really looking forward to seeing that young player, because we've got the World Youth Champions in action, and we saw one in action earlier on today. Very impressive.
Yeah, Kawakami and the men's singles was fantastic.
So you look at the way these are structured, the World Cup. Obviously, we've seen a tweak to the actual format, but in terms of the criteria for making it in, well, nothing changed there.
That's right. Qin Yuxuan defeated Togami in the final, held in Romania, Dragoman's backyard.
Yeah, Cluj, right? Spoke about that recent performance in Chennai in particular for Dragoman. What does she possess that she'll look to try and bring to bear here? It's difficult when you're taking on the third best player in the world.
Absolutely, but I think that she's pretty strong on both wings. I think that's one thing that separates her from Dina Diakonu. I think that Dragoman's got quite a strong forehand to match the backhand. Bit of fortune for the Romanian there. But I like her balance. I think she's very athletic. She's aggressive, and I like her demeanour. Quite intimidating, the Romanian women.
Yeah, and she's very upright, isn't she? And she looks to hold that table. Yeah, Romanian women, I mean, they've blazed a trail for quite some time now.
Beautiful point here.
Beautiful placement, as it turns out. Runhao likes that.
World class. The recognition from Tong. There you see her biding her time, and then she steps in, transfers her weight from her right leg through to her left. Awesome.
Oh, she went for it again, stepped in there. But I was impressed by Dragoman's resilience there.
Just taking a step off the table, really trying to get dwell, traction, trying to stall the hard-hitting Tong Tong.
You're right, though. She's athletic, is Dragoman, and she's got a muscularity to her play, which means she's not going to back down. Which should be quite a fun match, this one, because Tong Tong's been firing in this already.
Yeah. The top spin short serve.
Ooh, not this time.
That's a confidence booster for Dragoman to beat Tong Tong there. She's got to be subtle when she does change to play a couple of middle shots. When she does try and switch Tong Tong wide forehand.
She's not backing away from the challenge, though. Happy to get into those exchanges.
She should back herself. I mean, it's a fairly clean game.
Oh, look at this. Chen Xingtong moving her opponent around on a string. And there's Bernie Search looking in. Not entirely pleased with that point, but good to see her.
The Trixie Pixie. Woman who's been the #1 for Romania now for a significant spell.
8-4.
We've seen a resurgence from Eli Samara.
Yeah.
2015 European champion. She had some great results last season. Tong Tong now poised. She so often is. Still and pensive before she strikes. Nice receive from Dragoman. Unlucky.
9-4.
Yeah, the only problem is, for her, as well as she's playing, she's up against Tong Tong, who looks like she means real business here today. She's looking at that, seeing Bernie Search. She's actually in group 16, and she's got Bruno Takahashi for company there, as well as the Algerian, Tanya Morice.
Bit of an unknown entity for many players. Qualified because of the African Cup.
Oh, dispatched. She had 6 game points, and with that lovely controlled power off the backhand wing, Chen Xingtong gets it done. It's been an impressive first game, this, from the world #3. Getting on with things. Expressionless, but she expressed herself very, very nicely indeed on the table. 11-4 in the first. So in she comes, into the Dragoman. Game 2 underway here in Macao, China, the most spectacular setting. But she's up against a fearsome foe on the evidence of that first game in Chen Xingtong. Breathing fire throughout the first game.
Put it to the sword, didn't she? The Chinese.
Oh. And the thing about this is you got to admire Dragoman's courage, because she's prepared to go toe-to-toe with Tong Tong, but the problem is this can happen.
Ooh. Very crafty backhand flick there, got the elbow high, came around the ball with a Chiquita. Flair from the Romanian. Interesting looking at the game break there, Run How was really focusing on the activation of Tong Tong, saying, come on, let's really put some effort in to these balls. I do feel as though it's more in Chen Xingtong's hands. I think that she's less vulnerable and less susceptible to change of pace. You just see her really trying to skim that ball to force Dragoman into a block. And then she's going to go for the power backhand, Chen Xingtong, or the power forehand.
Net. 2-all.
Well, it was Dragoman who brought the heat there. I was going to say, it'd be interesting to see what happens if she takes a little bit of pace off things and mixes it up a bit, but why do that when you've got that kind of consistent, repeatable quality?
Into that right pocket, into the crossover section there. Excellent placement.
And then she winds up with the forehand.
Topspin on the serve, delivered a little bit quicker.
That's two excellently constructed points won.
She faded it.
Made you think, Tong. There was a little tell there, wasn't there? They know about that in this part of the world.
Oh, what did that hit?
Whoa.
3-4.
Well, hopefully we'll find out.
It must have come off the thumb or something funky there, because there's no way Dragoman intended to play. You could just hear the difference in the contact. I think it might have hit the fingernail. But Tong unbothered, unfazed, unflappable. She means business.
4-all.
Despite this beautiful array of shots from Dragoman, the pace is constant and regular. And that's training pace for Tong.
She had to work so hard, didn't she, just to get back. You're right, training pace. That's the level that she plays to, day in, day out.
Great touch. You know, one of the biggest differences between Asian women and European women, and the reason why Sabina Winter is the only player from Europe who can get a word in edgeways when it comes to the top level, is because of the touch play.
Oh. What a point!
5-all.
What a way to win it!
Dragoman spreading her wings.
I thought we were going to be raving there about the variety of backhands on show from Tong, and look at that look. Whoa!
Poetry in motion.
Look at the footwork, great replay from up on high, that.
The bird's eye.
Out wide, then in. Oh, great point.
Dragon's eye.
Do it. Yeah. Very good. This is good stuff, this.
This is really good. And I knew that Dragoman was capable, John, of really taking the game to Tong. Not bowing down. She possesses that fire. One of the things I like about the Romanian women, like I said, they're ferocious.
Yeah.
They're not afraid to look you in the eye.
Yeah, they're not backing down. And the only thing now is Dragoman has to convert, because she's had to play some worldies to just win a point.
Yeah. I think we might have to see a change up with the serve here from Dragoman. She goes along with it.
5-8.
Should be disappointed with that. I don't think it was too risky. Tong had planted the feet. She wasn't expecting it long, and it wasn't the best receiver in the world. But Dragoman wasn't quite proactive enough. You can see what I'm saying in the touch play. Tong is so much lower. Her head's a bit stiller. And that means that she can get a bit more quality and consistency with the touch than Dragoman. And that's what sets her up.
Oh, wow. That's what she's got as well. And if you can consistently just unleash off that backhand there, there's very few players in the world can cope with that. Look at that.
No one can cope with that. That's a favourite combination right there. 5
game points. And she only needs one of them. And for all the quality we saw there, look at that scoreboard. That's an 11-5. And Dragoman played well.
Wasn't it 5-4 at one point? She just won points on a canter.
Absolutely raced away with that one. 11-4, 11-5 against somebody who's played some great stuff here. That's a measure of the quality of Chen Xingtong.
对，要么你就推下去，他说后边就直接推下去了；要么你要感觉能摆个背。
Dar nu mai încerca să-i pui scurtate puțin așa, semnă. Mai ales a doua nu ai putut eu pui scurt niciodată. Dar a doua făi ceva cu fentă, făi ceva, orice, nu mai încerca să pui scurt. ma certo che si dice, perché figura se dai un
一碰他才对吧？然后5比5这个球很好，感觉局面打不开了，找机会打一个辩证的，然后辩证手完了以后，然后他就可以后边就局面打开就稍微好一点。跟下局也是一样啊，做好开局的同时啊，找机会辩证手或者直接往中间顶啊，别跟他反手纠缠了。
Well, what's it to be? Tong Tong, you want to get this one down in 3. The way she's playing, it looks as if that's on the agenda here because Andrea Dragoman has played some great table tennis, only to find herself staring at a straight games loss.
Love all.
You're watching Women's Singles Group 3 action here. It's the ITTF World Cup Macau 2026. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of it. This is just the start. Day 1 of 7. Oh, just misses.
Love 2.
But again, it comes at such pace. And you can see that look on her face. You have to be, if you're Dragoman, at your very best all the time.
Do you know why most players only beat a player like Chen Xingtong once? Because it takes a once-in-a-lifetime performance. She is that good. Yeah. You know, the reason why Bernie Soch, thinking about it more constructively, has managed to beat Chen Xingtong on 2 occasions.
Twice in a lifetime performance.
Exactly. It's because of her diverse service game.
Yeah.
The tomahawk, the slow spins, deep on the table, slightly higher trajectory, and you can see that the direct approach of Dragoman hasn't been enough to trouble Chen Xingtong. Hasn't been out of the ordinary.
So what you're saying is that she, whether in training or competition, faces this so often that if you're just going to bring that, she can cope with it. Mix it up, bit of variety, bit of flair, somehow or other. Something different.
Something different.
Oh, wow.
Well played.
Well done, Dragoman. She absorbed that heat there. Yes, that was going some from Tong Tong.
She wasn't even behind the ball, the Romanian. Tong Tong must have thought she'd buried it for the win, but you can just see that she's actually more of a backhand-based player, Dragoman.
This is punchy stuff. And again, that was the backhand put to the ultimate test there.
There's no holds bar. Look at that. Oh, that's so good. The way she pivots, comes across the ball. World class. Covers the net too.
And that's why you were talking earlier on about Run Hao wanting her to be fully engaged. That's it. For moments like that, everything through the ball.
Chen Xingtong was the first ever player to defeat Sun Yingsha before a round, in fact a quarter-final. Beat her at the finals in Fukuoka. She's beaten her at smash level. Tong Tong is a dangerous attacker. And she's more powerful than a lot of people give her credit for.
Yeah, she has this very gentle demeanor, but she can bring the heat with the best of them. And that's the lowdown on what's coming at Andrea Dragoman.
4-6.
It's a pretty compelling all-round argument from this player as the coach looks on impassively. Tong Tong's got the lot. You don't get to the upper echelons, top 3 in the world, and stay there for as long as she has done without having it all.
Absolutely beautiful.
4-7.
You couldn't really have choreographed that any better, could you?
I love it. The switch from Tong Tong coming around it. Good forehand counter from Dragoman, but look at Chen Xingtong.
Just a little beat ahead of her opponent there.
She makes the minor adjustments so well, Chen Xingtong.
8-4.
She never really looks rushed, does she?
But yeah, her opponent, it's a great point you make, because her opponent looks rushed. She's just a little late to the party for the last 2 points there. One backhand, one forehand, which means she just skews it wide because she's rushed, hurried up.
Footwork of the Chinese player is an absolute case study. Oh.
8-5.
If she would have made that on the table, I wouldn't have known what to say, because she actually played that against her own body weight's momentum.
Yeah, that's why the coach was smiling too. Nearly pulled it off.
That would have been a Houdini-like shot.
It's lovely when they take a bit of pleasure from something that is a little out of the ordinary.
Like that.
And she's got the touch play too. It's a compelling case, as I said, for Chen Xingtong to win this one comfortably. And it's going to take something exceptional to stop that happening in 3 games. Now she's in finish mode. Now she's in swap over, get this done.
It's a carbon copy of the last game, how she's just assumed control and taken the reins, dominating the second half of it.
5 match points. Oh, she went for it.
10-6.
One defensive backhand, and then why not with the next?
The boomerang, or the frisbee.
Frisbee, I think.
Because it doesn't come back. I've used it for the event. It's on the day one.
10-7.
Just blow on those knuckles a little bit.
Timeout.
Across to the towel, across to the timeout for Tong Tong.
还好吧，朋友发的有点硬。
啊，还好，对，那你就发那个方案转来，然后完了以后劈你，就拉好完了以后打上去，完了你上去回，让我回，好回不好回就劈，还是防劈你是我中间劈反手的这下还是2条线都能拿。他如果有准备的，啊，好不好？要不就你要不就再给他玩个战术。啊，他这么短的，这要摆你了吧？往上3角一回，这一掉上去反拉。有时候你
侧身要不要直接走长了开始？
你发几个长的了？你老侧身，对，你要不就反手直接往中间顶，顶完再侧也行。
Now, where were we? 3 match points.
10-7.
She had 5, did Tong Tong. Is she going to get this done now after the timeout? We've seen that over the last few points, rattling in that quick service. But we've also seen some great resilience from Dragoman. So, okay, if that was the plan that was concocted, it didn't work. Crowd have their ideas about what needs to happen. And she'll have her own ideas. Oh, it's through the Romanian. And Tong Tong has got the job done here. And she will now take on, Yi-Hsin, knowing that another win would, of course, guarantee her top of the group through to the round of 16, which would be the very least of her targets you would feel here at the World Cup in Macau. Impressed, Fraser?
Absolutely, John. 3 of the best there from Chen Xingtong. Be interested to see how far she can go here at the World Cup this season. I think she's capable of making the podium for sure. I think that maybe she will use some of the frustrations of the last few events as fuel to her fire.
Yeah. It's a nice little subplot, but she's been impressive here. Remember, we're just in early stages, first stage, group stage, but it's an 11-4, 11-5, 11-8 against a player who sought to try and go toe-to-toe with her at times, to fight fire with fire. Risky business when you're up against somebody of the quality of Tong, and as a result, she scored just about twice as many points as her opponent. Service was solid. She built a lot off the back of that and took 15 points on the Dragoman service as well. So whichever way you look at it there, it was Tong at a canter, I think, as you said at some point. Let's just look back at it.
To serve, so which end? This end, okay. Love ball. One love. Chen wins.
Early days yet here in the ITTF World Cup. In the women's singles here in Macau, we've seen one of the strongest showings thus far, and it's come from the world number 3, Chen Xingtong. She's atop that group, but of course a lot yet to happen here. She'll have to take on Yi-Hsin, who'll be making her second ITTF World Cup appearance when she gets into action in women's singles group 3. But that is where things are just about wrapping up. As you can see, there's still some action going on table 2. And as that one plays out, it's the Korea Republic's An Jae-hun in a strong position against New Zealander Timothy Choi. Look out for that, but also look out for the start of our next mini session, which will see the world number 1, Sun Yingsha, looking for a 3-peat here in Macau. She comes up against Yu-Jun of Chinese Taipei. That's next for us on table 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will start at 8 p.m.
女士们、先生们，下一场比赛将于晚上8点开始。接下来呢，我们还有环节比赛，各位，我们将会有好几个大家。
merchandise. A curious selection inspired by Macao city charm and the spirit of table tennis is now available. Masco series, souvenir collection series, fashion series and accessory series offer a variety of choice for every fans. Snap your favorite item and head over to the official store outside the venue and take the fun home with you.
亲爱的球迷朋友们，欢迎来到官方特许商品的专属时刻。融合澳门城市风情、乒乓赛事精神与实用美学的特许商品正在发售。吉祥物系列、文创纪念系列、时尚穿搭系列、潮流配饰系列，为球迷提供多元选择。欢迎拍下喜欢的产品，一部场外官方特许商店，将热爱带回家。
Hey there everyone, big news coming your ways. Starting April 1st, the Start Meet and Greet is making a grand debut. Head over to the official merchandise stores and put your spot and get up close with Tom and Jerry. Come make some fun, one-of-a-kind memories.
观众朋友们，精彩预告来了！4月1号起，大明星见面会将正式亮相，快来官方特许商店预约参与，与汤姆和杰瑞零距离见面的机会，留下专属回忆。
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly remind you, maintain silence when the players are serving, and please switch all mobile phones and other devices to silent mode.
各位观众朋友们，为了更好的观赛体验，温馨提示您：当运动员发球时，请保持安静，并将手机调整至静音或震动状态。
Let's keep the venue clean by no littering and sorting waste properly. No littering and smoking in the venue.
请大家做好垃圾分类投放，保持场馆内的整洁，请不要在场馆内吸烟。
No videography and flash photography allowed. Thank you for your cooperation.
请您检查手机闪光灯或相机灯是否已经关闭。比赛中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照。感谢您的配合。好的，接下来把时间交给 DJ， 掌声献给他。
This is Drifter 5.
Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming match, men's single, women's single, round 1.
女士们、先生们，男子单打第一轮，女子单打第一轮即将开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the players.
欢迎运动员入场。
So here we go then, it's the evening session outside in the Vegas of the East. Macau, China comes alive, and inside the Galaxy Arena, it's a walkout for Yu-Jun of Chinese Taipei, the 28-year-old back in World Cup action and back in the big time. It doesn't get any bigger than taking on the woman who's about to make the walk.
Yingsha.
You hear the name, you hear the scream, and you know that the two-time winner seeking to make it 3 in a row. And if Sun Yingsha should do that here at ITTF World Cup Men's and Women's Singles Macau 2026, she would be the first woman in the history of this event to win 3 in a row. But this is just the early steps that she takes right now. It's group stage action right now, and this is women's singles group 1. The third player in this group, incidentally, is Egypt's Dina Meshraf. But this first up is China against the Chinese Taipei player in the shape of the number 28-year-old, 49th ranked in the world. That tells you exactly the measure of the challenge that is facing Yu-Jun in this one tonight. So, reigning two-time champion against somebody making a second World Cup appearance. This is what this one is about. Fraser Riley's with me for the start of this night. And, you know, we've been here all day. We've seen a lot of table tennis here, but suddenly the atmosphere just feels different, doesn't it?
Attitude adjustment that only Sun Yingsha, the stadium-filling player from China, can produce. She is a world beater. Like you say, John, going for a hat-trick here at the World Cup. She'll be the first to do so. Cannot wait for this one.
Neither can Christoph Geiger, who's all good to go. About to get the players across to him. You'll be having a little look later on at Lao Tung, Hong Kong, China, who's also going to be assisting him. But for the first time in action, this time out, she's on a 10-match unbeaten streak here, winning streak in World Cup table tennis. That tells you just how formidable Shin Yubin is right now. But she is fallible, she is beatable. We have seen recent WTT action, albeit maybe by similar elite players in the world. You just don't see her slipping up in these early exchanges. Even if Weiman did manage to almost slip up earlier on today, Fraser.
Let's get ready for the toss. Defeated her at the Champions in Chongqing.
Get ready for the toss.
A glitch in the matrix, it felt like, because Shin Yingsha is basically untouchable right now. 200 consecutive weeks as world number 1.
It's just crazy. And when you consider she's still 25. Now we know that Liu Shiwen with 5 titles is the all-time GOAT when it comes to World Cup. But if Xia picks up a 3rd in 3 years, well, it's on. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on the task at hand here, as these two women will.
You can either choose black or red. Black, red for you. Black, you win the toss. Receive, which side? This side.
Well, we're going to be looking at 2 different players here, one of whom we know an awful lot about, one of whom maybe not quite so much in terms of limited international exposure, but that's the beauty of the World Cup. We've seen some players today that are regulars in terms of international Pro Tour features, but we've seen some very, very impressive performances by them nonetheless. Xia just makes sure she's comfortable with her footing, leaves nothing to chance. So tell me a little bit about Yu-Jun, who's been around a little bit longer than you would think. She's 28 already now, Fraser.
Yeah, and I think that she's fully fledged at this point in her career. Really stable shake-hander, just like you see from all of the Chinese Taipei players. Zheng Yijing, Chen Xingtong, really reliable, sturdy, strong fundamentals. But it's Sun Yingsha who so often blurs the lines. playing what so many would class as low percentage shots at a high percentage. She is an absolute mastermind of this sport.
And she's got the fans going already as we check in on our umpires. Just looking at recent form for Yu-Jun. Most recently, she featured at the WTT feeder in Dusseldorf, going down in the quarterfinals there to Kotomi Omoda. Along the way, though, she got past Adina Diacono, she got past Xiaona. So, yeah. In terms of ITTF ATTU Asian Cup in Haikou, in the qualification there, she went down to Kaho Akai. So she's there and thereabouts.
She's pottering around the edges of a breakthrough, isn't she, Yu-Jun? Not yet won a WTT or an international singles title of any kind. Yingsha, 1 away from 30.
So I suppose what you could say is she's got an unbeaten record, hasn't she, against Xia?
Well, she's never lost to her, and that's because she's never played her.
There you go. You've got to take the positives, and I'm sure a coach will have been saying just that. Is Xia ready to go? Fans more than ready to go. Yep, evidence of that straight away. Xia shows in town, and this is really beginning to come alive. Boy, this week is going to build, because this arena is built for the biggest of occasions, and it's going to get loud in here.
This is just the appetizer. You wait till we get to the weekend. It is going to be packed to the rafters here in the Galaxy Arena.
First game, Sun to serve, love all.
Once again, measured, calculating, professional. Ready to go when she's ready to go.
One lock.
There's going to be more of that to come.
Incredible. Laying down the law right away. Setting the bar high. Starting as she means to go on. It's an incredible serve. I just looked up from the monitor, John. Even though that's a short to half-long serve, it's coming at Yu-Jun very, very quickly.
Now, let's have a look at the Yu-Jun service.
She's going to go for the pendulum herself.
Well, I was going to say she looked tidy on the backhand, and in the forehand was what one of the points.
Well played there from the Chinese Taipei star. A bit of fortune, but that was a high difficulty shot to play that parallel there.
First shot was a bit of a reach. Second one was commanding. Well, that's what she does so well. She's so efficient and tidy and accomplished in just about everything she sets out to do.
She's got a third eye, Shin Yingsha. She's the best anticipator in the world, and I would say the best shot maker in the world.
4-1.
The service isn't bad either. Those are the standards and levels. We saw a good performance by Chen Xingtong just before we took a mini break just now. She was at a very high level.
She won in straight games. It's only really been Kwai Man who's struggled so far.
1-5.
Just to remind you, if you're just joining us for the first time in our coverage, thank you so much. Slight tweak to the format this year in that stage 1 features in each of the men's and women's draws, where there are 48 players, those players divided into 16 groups of 3. And only the winner progresses, and that goes straight into a round of 16 from Thursday onwards. Now those groups constructed, of course, on seeding. Kasha, inevitably, she's in Group 1. She's a top Group 1, and you'd expect her to finish the top Group 1. Dina Mesherev is the 3rd player in that group.
I must say, it feels quite odd seeing Xia having to even play a group.
6-2.
Normally she's straight through with the bye. It's another one of the wonderful things about the World Cup. I don't think Xia will mind getting a couple of matches under her belt before she enters the main draw. She's played in the best arenas in the world, but I think this is right up there.
7-2.
7-2, just like that. Another way she just leaves nothing to chance. She came in, she was testing the footing, make sure everything's just as it has to be. And you can just see she's just a split second off the pace. Yu-Jun, it's just coming at her in an uncomfortable position because she was at full stretch and then the adjustment, no chance.
She's in matrix mode already. You know how difficult it is to get into a flow state in the first game?
2-9.
And also you pile the pressure on. She's gone a little bit hard, a little bit of a burst there from Li is taking the ball long. And that's the pressure Xia puts on you.
10-2.
10-2, 8 game points. Not hanging around, Sun Yingsha.
Trying
to slow down the game there, Sun Yingsha, just to add to the intimidation level, not having to play strong attacks to win points. Tells you that she's got so many strings to her bow, but Yu-Jun taking the initiative, then a couple of why not shots. Can't blame her with the scoreline as it is.
Why not?
11-3.
There we go, 11-3. And really, she's barely warmed up. Just straight into the groove. So accomplished, so tidy, and so tough to crack. So, first ever encounter between these two. And there's one player who's enjoying it more than the other at the moment, you can be sure of that. 11-3 in the first. Got to retain your ability to smile and laugh about things at times, and you can see the couple of times there they glanced across at Xia. Did player and coach as if to say, yeah, we're up against that. So what do you come up with?
Second game, lead to serve, love all.
I was just thinking about how softly spoken Marlin was there with Sun Yingsha. They are just professors of chill. And Marlin, the 2008 Olympic champion, lives vicariously through Xia these days.
4-time World Cup winner. Imagine having that in your corner as well.
Goodness me. They roll so deep. Team China.
Love one.
And you wonder whether sometimes when the Chinese cycle player comes up against them, they feel it. Feel a sense of imposter syndrome, perhaps. That was just stunning from Sun Yingsha. So much swagger. The way that she puts this forehand away. Oh, opening the shoulders and the body while keeping low. Man. She's the best. She's the best with bat in hand.
2-1.
That was sharp and tidy from Li. She'll take a little bit of heart from that.
Going to take something a little bit different here from the Yu-Jun. Maybe we have to see a few more push counter tactics, because if she does flick, the danger is that Xia earns the first drive. Good quality there from the Yu-Jun.
Yeah. Good direction, good length.
Softer shot.
Yeah, and it's made her force the running a little bit, Xia there.
When a ball's arcing, it's harder to identify when you meet a ball.
2-3. She processes things so quickly, adjusts, adapts, comes up with a plan. Invariably a winning plan as well. You just feel it's on the balance of play, not going to favor this woman. Get into an exchange like that, you know there's going to be consistency of quality from one end of the table. But she's not wrong to hit for the lines, to go for the parallels, to try something spectacular, is she?
You can try and stretch to Yingsha, but I guess the risk is that she can then play a cross-court forehand. That was nice. She has to use her peripheral. She has to, in real time, sense what Xiaoxiao's fancying. There'll be a lot of play here that we're not always seeing, because all we're doing is observing the outcome. But you could just see Xiaoxia felt as though the more likely shot was going to come cross-court. Yu-Jun played the parallel. Smart.
3-5. She picked up quite a few cheap points, as it were. It's not a derogatory term. Just easy points on service as Xiaoxiao, and that is a lovely foundation on which to build everything else. She's showing flashes here, but we see this so often against Xiaoxiao. The players show us a flash every now and then, but they can't consistently repeat.
I was trying to think of the last player outside of Team China to defeat Sun Yingsha. It may have been Miwa Haramoto at the Asian Championships in the women's team. She was beaten by Ika Mukherjee at the World Team Championships 2 years ago as well, but I mean, what, 95% win record against non-Chinese opponents? The world #1. And it would have felt good for Sun Yingsha after losing in the final of the China Smash and after being denied by Wang Wenyu in the final of the China National Games to get back on top with the Asian Cup victory.
No flash, please.
That's just an occupational hazard when Xiaoxiao plays. Bit of activity in the crowd.
4-8.
She's like a fencer, she's like a boxer, the way she comes in and out. When you do attack, you lose a little bit of positioning, so she could actually be hitting the ball a lot harder than what she does, Sun Yingsha.
It's just, it all adds up to a package that is almost unstoppable. Anticipation. Execution. You can just hear violin in the background, just ticking over. Yeah, good, like it.
It's incredible how, as an attacker, Sun Yingsha can make her opponent, who's also an attacker, scared to attack. How do you deny somebody their own nature?
Very philosophical, but a good point.
10-4.
Went for it on the service, but again, Xiaoxia has the answers, and she also has 6 game points for a 2-love lead and a commanding position.
The body language, it's frightening. It's so intimidating. She's already there in the next
11-4.
She was having a little look at someone in the crowd that she wasn't too happy with as well. So as well as playing brilliantly, she was also doing a bit of crowd control there, Xiaoxia. Just an everyday thing for her.
真的很转，对，真的很转，超级霹雳转。
但是那你不要那么快，就是你点，
So she is cruising. 11-3, 11-4. Tom and Jerry looking on. Bogo approves. Time for a little drink break, water, whatever else it might be.
那球特反热是吧？
回路啊，回路啊，哇！
For the first time in Macau, China this week, it's the Xia show, and it's going pretty much the way you'd expect the Xia show to go. She's dominant here against her opponent from Chinese Taipei. She's
Third
2 games
game,
to the good.
Zone to serve, love all. One.
It's a good way to start this game. Held the table well there, Li, didn't she?
Held down the fort, added a little bit of spin to the ball, and then used the pace to her advantage, stretching Xia wide. That was divisive.
One all.
Oh, why not? Why not? Went for that cuffing forehand.
Net. One all.
For the shovel serve there, Yu-Jun.
She's mixing up quite a bit, as probably she has to.
Oh, be careful with Xia's backhand flick.
1-2.
Just handed the initiative there to someone who came back and has the whole of the crowd roaring her on as well.
When the net exposes the tactic, you're brave to go there again.
That actually, by Xia's standards, was a little bit of frustration. Felt she should have dealt with that.
Give me the ball.
Yeah, yeah. Even the best get grumpy.
She's the boss.
And back she comes. Yep, okay, fine. Glitch dealt with. I love these shots we've got of the coaches. It's a low angle and then the lighting off the floor. Very artistic, very nice.
Yeah, it's a new thing, isn't it?
Yeah, looks beautiful. Oh, don't give her that. And she was very kind actually with the put away there.
Down the middle of the table like nobody's business. That's the way to do it off the loose ball. Yu-Jun just got the hand up in the air. Just get the sense that it's almost inevitable. Shin Yubin's going to go all the way. And I'm just thinking about the motivation. How do you stay motivated when you've won this twice in a row? What's the motivation when you're already world #1 when no one's close to catching you up? She's already won the World Cup. She's already got that piece of the puzzle towards the Grand Slam. It's just the Olympic gold that eludes her.
Yeah. Well, she's got 2 years to sort all this out, hasn't she? And remember, she's got the incentive of being the first player ever to win 3 World Cups on the bounce.
And as well as that, she has to try to deny Wang Wenyu this World Cup, because Wang Wenyu's never won it.
Yeah.
Wang Wenyu's already won a World Championships, just like Xia. If Wang Wenyu wins this event, both of them will have the same missing piece of the jigsaw, the Olympics.
Yeah.
5-4. Doing the best there, Yu-Jun, just to play the lines, use the pace, abbreviate her strokes, keep the bat high. So the lack of time that she has, it's just ominous.
Oh, nice.
5-all.
Good anticipation. We gave a lot of credit to Xia for that earlier on, while Li said, yep, I can get in the right place at the right time too.
best player that she's played. And it's such a simple tactic, isn't it? That's the Miwa Haramoto special right there. Backhand cross-court, backhand down the line.
5-6. Didn't even need to be down the line, that one either. But again, repeat is the problem.
Yeah, and you can't show what you're going to do too soon, can you?
7-5.
To show her frustration there. She feels by her standards that should have been a put away. To the towels they go, 12 points played. And at this stage, she calls a timeout.
Timeout.
It's probably to the liking of the Sha fans. They get to see their superstar, their favourite, for a few minutes longer. Because at the moment, this is most likely heading to a fairly quick conclusion.
我也觉得其实他也没有很开，对，他是这样，但是对，然后不管怎样就是往那边走，只能往那边走。那我感觉，真的只是给他两边你再快他都能回来，因为那个球很难守，很架的，
对啊，很转，又慢又转。
然后你正手斜线，你不要想要打这个，稍微放在这边就好，不要瞄那个边，瞄那边很难。
而且重点是我瞄
All
它
right,
可
so
以打
they
更
try to
开
come up
耶
with。some way back. What else have we got in this evening session, Fraser?
More Chinese interest. Chen Yubin taking on Dean Shu of New Zealand. Runa Takahashi taking on Tanya Morice of Algeria. And then the Magic Mountain, France. Simon Gauzy going to take on Stefan Ouaiche.
Also of Algeria, right?
Also of Algeria, former French representative. That will be a flair fest to finish off the day's play today.
You got some finale there. Loving that. Of course, Chen Yubin is in as a replacement for Yingsha, who unfortunately couldn't make it. Dropped out fairly late in the day.
You know what's going on with Zhidong right now. We've got the Worlds around the corner. Obviously hasn't won a singles event in more than a year.
7-6.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll pick up on that when we get into the men's action next, yeah. Meanwhile, there's a match to be won or saved, whichever way you're looking at this. And it's a one-point game in the third.
Empty. It's so clever. He tries to make it look like there's spin on that with the after motion, but there's nothing on it at all. Very difficult to touch that, push that, or flick that with much quality.
Just, you take that on at your peril. And if you were a member of Team China, you'd come out and watch her every single time she plays. You've got to learn from the best in the business. Oh, she saw her chance. There's only one problem, and it was the table. So, 4 match points for Sun Yingsha. But there's a bit of fight left in Yu-Jun yet.
Well played there from the Chinese Taipei player. She had to recover really quickly after playing the backhand flip from the forehand side. Did ever so well there.
But going back to something you said earlier on, Sha is inevitable. When does it happen? Not yet.
A little strawberry.
Well, it's a why not. He's a dude, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Seen it all. Unfazed. All played. What? Not
9-10.
yet. That's 3 match points saved. And it was Sha who scrambled with an amazing shot at one point. Must have thought she had it back under control, but
Yingsha, let's play.
He's now asked to get on with it. curiouser. But that's it. Finally, she gets there. But a lovely little flurry, a little rally at the end there from her Chinese Taipei opponent. But you don't stop Xia Xia. She'll face Dina Meshreff in her second match in Group 1. And the world #1, the top seed, doing what the fans came to see her do this evening, Fraser.
Yeah, squeaky clean victory there from Sun Yingsha. Yu-Jun saved the best to last. Not too little, but a little bit too late in the end. 11-3, 11-4, 11-9.
And there you go, Xia Xia walks through a scoreline there of 3-love. 11-3, 11-4, 11-9, as you say. Woman from Chinese Taipei did improve over the course of that one. Let's have a look at the numbers. Well, I mean, that's dominance, isn't it? Points won on serve, points won against the opponent's serve. When you look at those metrics straight away, you know what's happened in the match. So that's how it was won. The fans happy enough with what they saw. Let's look back at some of the highlights from that encounter.
Receive, which side? This side. One, 5. 2-8. 2-love. 2-1. 6-4. 4-9. 1. 2-4. 5-4. 11-9. Game next to Sun. Sun wins by 3 games.
So that was how Sun Yingsha dispatched Yu-Jun. The first match of the first group here in the women's singles done and dusted. And you can see Dina Meshreff, the only player who hasn't yet taken to the table. Looking forward to see how the Egyptian #2 can do that. Right then, in this flip-flopping format, we're going back now to the men's singles. Group number 12 about to get underway. And it's Chen Yu who's scratched in here, replacing Lin Shudong, taking on Dean Shu, the Kiwi star from the Netherlands. From New Zealand, rather. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. And you're watching, of course, the ITTF Men and Women's World Cup coming to you live and direct from Macau. We're just waiting for game number 3 to wrap up over on table 2. Yuan Jianan, France's #1, taking on Chunyi Li. And as soon as that game's finished, we're going to meet our next 2 players here on table #1. So, Game number 3 there has come to a conclusion. Yuan Zhenan takes a 2-1 lead over Li Chunli. Here we go then, Dean Shu. 27 years of age. He's coming in to the Galaxy Arena, making his debut at the World Cup. And he's taking on this guy, one of China's rising stars, just 20 years young, but already a towering frame. It's Chen Yubin, a player who's been in fine form recently, reaching the later stages of the Singapore Smash and nearly taking out the Vice Olympic champion Truls Moregard. He's not really grinning, but he's certainly brimming with confidence. I'm looking forward to seeing how the world number 24 gets on here as he takes to one of the biggest stages in table tennis. Liu Heng in his corner. Not sure if Dean Shu's going to have anybody in his. We'll get to find out in just a moment. First time encounter between these two gentlemen. Loving the new Team China jerseys. The World Championship just around the corner. You'll be seeing these beautiful kits there in London. Fantastic, yeah. The 100th anniversary of ITTF. Table tennis is a sport which has one of the widest, most diverse member associations. China dominated this sport for basically 2 decades. There is a fog of doubt that currently clouds China's young men's team. Wen Weibo was the star who rose through the fog of doubt in Chongqing.
Red or black? Black, red.
He made the men's singles final, but was defeated by Félix Lebrun.
Red. Receive. Decide.
So the China High Council, Qin Shijian, Wang Hao, will be hoping that the likes of Chen Yubin, Wen Weibo, Wang Chuqin can put together something special here in Macau this week. They're watching day number 1. We're about to see this group get underway here in the men's.
2 minutes.
Massive opportunity here for Dean. He's ranked 114 in the world. He got a bucket load of points after reaching the final 4 of the Oceania Cup in Christchurch. Eventually beaten by Fin Lu, the Aussie, 4 games to 1. But he played really, really well there, Dean Shu. Took a game against Nicholas Lum, who managed to defeat Darko Jorgic, the recent champions in Chongqing. But let's focus now on Chen Yubin, the favourite to take this one. As I said, 24 years. Just said 24 in the world, 20 years young. An old head on young shoulders. A man who's trying to find his identity as a young player. Yubin has won 2 WTT senior titles. At the recent champions in Chongqing, he was so close to beating Hugo Calderano. For the 2nd time on the bounce, he beat the reigning World Cup champion in Singapore. Calderano managed to come round from 2-1 down to an 11-6 in the 5th. So we're looking here at a man who you'd expect to, at some point in the near future, enter the top 10 in the world. This would be an excellent event for him to really break through. Could he be one of the key cogs in the wheel here this week? Coming in, taking the place of Lin Shudong. updates for you
First
over the next 6 and 7
to
days.
serve, level.
We get more updates about selections for the World Team Championships. Here, Dean Shu with the serve at the start of the match.
1 love.
Dean Shu. It's off to a flying start with a big bomber backhand. He's going to go for this. Good recovery.
Love 2.
Putting Chen Yubin under immediate pressure. Great serve, phenomenal backhand. Look at that, out of his crossover section. Great timing. Oh, rocket counter. And a little lap of victory there for the Kiwi. Oh, phenomenal.
Three, 1.
So it's a brand new format this year. Not the first time we've had best of 5 matches, but since this event was launched in Macau, it was 4 game matches in the group stage. So there was the possibility of a draw. There was also the possibility of someone going 3-0 up and the losing player still having to play a game. Gone to the best of 5, which I think is a much better choice. Wouldn't say that we've had so many upsets today. Very close to getting a couple, especially with
2-5.
Fantastic performance from Charlotte Lutz. He came back from 2-0 down against last year's finalist Kwaiman. Wasn't much on that serve at all. Dean Shu couldn't read it, popped it up, and that was asking for a spanking. A bit of fortune for the Chinese. Half-long brush up. So much spin on that ball, but Chen with his timing, posture, racket speed, able to nullify whatever was on it. Drive for the win. Oh, a risky service, long to forehand. Has to really have the surprise factor, and it didn't. And Renew, happy-go-lucky with the forehand. He levels. Oh, and he takes the lead for the first time in the match. Dean Shu trying a snake shot. Chen Xingtong having the antidote. Let's take a look at the action on this one again, the little wiggle. He read it well, didn't he, the Chinese? So that it was going to go left.
5-7.
And he takes the reins, the world number 24. Looking like he's finally been able to get used to the contact of his opponent. Style of Dean Shu. Got to brace the block, but Dean Shu ready and waiting. Acts upon his instincts. Continues to apply pressure with his power play. It's been an impressive game here from the New Zealand player. Beautiful touch.
8-6.
And then into the body off the loose ball. So neat, so tidy. Chen Xingtong keeps his lead here. And he serves. Whoa. Sensational stuff. He couldn't put the cherry on top though. It was a perfect play to get Chen Xingtong into a defensive position. The 20-year-old from China fished it back with decent topspin, didn't give the aggressor too much time to work with. Great escape play. And he sets up with a slow spin. 4 game points here. Off the bounce from Dean Shu.
7-10.
Heat-seeking backhands off the bounce. Brilliant. But he's still got it all to do. A screamer. I love the serve. Backspin, deep, quick. And the follow-up. It's feisty and spicy. Finishes it off in style. That's 2 wonderful points played. Well, that was a really well-played game by the world number 114. But it's the man with 2 WTT titles to his name, Chen Xingtong. He's also making his World Cup debut here this year. That wins game number 1. Some excellent table tennis there in the first game. No sign of imposter syndrome by the underdog. It is the game to the favourite.
只要拉起，一定要注意一下连续，因为这个是管理非常差异，有点下方也没有老师稍微做点连续和落点就行。主要这个节还是有感觉，就看这个该做多嘛，很清晰。后面接的不也挺好吗？该搓长搓长，该掰短掰短，对吧？那么清楚的发球，对不对？不转的多明显。然后发球还一样长的、死转、反而短的都可以发，好吧？一定注意落点和连续，这样就间谍接就行。
ITTF Men and Women's World Cup. Coming to you live and direct from Macao, China. Fraser Riley with you here in the booth. Hope you've been enjoying this opening day of play. This is group number 12 in the men's singles. Chen Xingtong, second seed in this group.
Second game, Chen to serve, level.
Dang Cho, the second best pen holder on the planet, former European champion. Oh! Where is he, Dean Shu? Incredible! He hit the top edge of his racket. Came down on the table. And it's a good job that Chen Xingtong kept his eye on it. Whoa! Don't see that every day. Great play.
1-all.
But yeah, Dang Cho top seed of this one. He's going to play Dean Shu tomorrow at 25 to 6 in the evening. Dang Cho will face Chen Xingtong on Wednesday at 6:45 in the evening.
2-1.
So 3 days taking up stage number 1. And we're going to get cracking on with stage 2, the round of 16 matchups from Thursday. Best of 7 from the get-go.
2-all.
Really liked what I've seen here from Dean Shu. Good timing, good power, quick on his feet. Not afraid to counter. Not afraid of quick balls coming his way. Clever play on receive. He's taking on one of China's best young players and then some. Credit to him for that. Beautiful. Wrist action on the flick again. He gets him down the line. Dialed in, Dean. Got off to a flying start in the first game, in the last game. But then it was Chen Xingtong. Ended up winning a few points on the counter. Here we see the Chinese entourage, the coaches, some of the players here, some of the sparring partners. When you look at that image right there, you really get the sense that this is a brand new generation. It's a new leaf for Chinese table tennis, a new Olympic cycle. It's been difficult, hasn't it, for the Chinese men, especially for Wang Chuqin and Lin Chudong. I'd say it's been harder for them than what it was for players before them. Because when, you know, Ma Long and Fan Zhendong and Xu Xin were coming up and through, were developing, they had Wang Lichin, Wang Hao, Ma Lin, those guys above them. I have to say Zhang Jike's name in there as well. Goodness gracious me. Chen Xingtong miscued the serve. Dean Shu pounced on it and still couldn't win the point. Nice reverse pendulum. And Chen waited and waited, but realised it wasn't going to come long enough for him to brush. He tried to touch. So much spin on that though, popped up. Nicely done from Dean.
7-5.
Firecracker forehand there from Chen Xingtong. Look at this technique. Lovely. Left his opponent in tatters. Oh.
7-6.
Decimating down the line. Chen Xingtong coming across that guided push. But absolutely torched.
6-8.
When you watch a player like Dean Shu, player outside the world's top 100 in the world, that's only just recently broke through at continental level, play against someone like this and do well, that you realise how many quality players there are in the world.
7-8.
Well, could he set a personal best here? The player from New Zealand. Huge point. If he wins this, gives himself a fighting chance.
Set. 7-8.
Bit of sweat on the table. The assistant's going to come over to try and deal with that. Spick and span conditions here in the Galaxy Arena. At the DHS table. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, he's been faltered.
Angle. TTR.
He's going to challenge it. Absolutely should there, Dean Shu. It's the biggest match of his career. He's never even been close to taking out a player of Chen Yu's caliber. He's a point away from leveling here in game number 2, and that was the last thing that he needed. Let's see if that serve was legal.
Angle of the serve for Shu. Angle.
Ingrid Berggren thought that it was more than 30 degrees off vertical. The moment of truth. Drum roll, please. Just going to wait for the graphic to come up in a second. Here we go. Keep your eye on the ball. Oh, he's so unlucky. 0.89. Oh.
Service angle fault. Yes,
Nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Ingrid
One
Berggren cracks a
remaining.
little smile there because
9-7.
She's just shown why. You've got an eye of the tiger. Got a feel for Dean Shu. Got a feel for him. But credit to Chen for getting on with it. 3 game points.
8-10. Left. 8-10.
It's in with danger. He's played another wicked game there, the New Zealander, but he's got nothing to show for it. It's giving Chen Yu a lot to think about here on table 1. That is the Chinese A-lister. Replicates what he manifested in game number 1. So he sits pretty here. The 20-year-old from China. Have a copy of the first. 11-8 again. The game away. Sealing this deal. So Liu Heng is in his corner. Liu Heng commissioned to take care of these young players. He's the personal coach of the Dark Knight Lin Gaiyuan, who's now stepped out of the spotlight. It was nice to see Liang Jinkun come back into the picture at the recent champions in Chongqing. He was beaten by the player who's the top of this group, Dang Shou.
Third game, shoot to serve, level.
No matter what happens here, even if, say, Wang Chuqin is able to go on and win his first World Cup title, for example, you wouldn't be much more convinced that China are safe at the World Team Championships in London. If anyone, if any country in the world is going to beat them, you feel like it has to be at the World Championships just around the corner. Tough to say which team could try and usurp them. Could it be France? Could it be Japan?
1-2.
Could it be Korea, who were the closest team to toppling the Chinese men 2 years ago in Busan? Beautiful flick from Chen Yu. I love it, I love it. Oh, what a shot from Dean Shu. Yu A surgical shot that just finds the white paint. Good recovery. A chop from the Kiwi star, a slap shot, a drop shot. What a rally! Oh my goodness! Maybe that's the best of the bunch today. Take a bow, Dean Shu has just rocked this world. The slap shot, he had it all. Out the crossover with the seatbelt shot. That is simply sublime. Dean Shu in Matrix mode. He's playing out of his mind here on table number 1. And well, on the scoreboard in terms of games, he might not have much to show for 2 brilliant games before this one, but maybe here in the 3rd, he can take this one. Actually in the exact same position as what he was in the opener. 5-1 up here.
1-5.
That's tidy
2
from Chen, who will be the first to tell you that he was outclassed earlier on. Got to get back to business here. What I think is fantastic about Chen Yubin is how he holds the table, how he can block and turn a block into a counter and find a forehand and keep applying pressure, and how relaxed he stays when it goes to a mid-distance battle. He is a classic kind of player, Chen. Forehand orientated, divisive with the backhand. I think out of everybody in this new generation of Chinese players, he plays the most similar table tennis to the Dragon, Ma Long. Time out here from Dean Shu. Still 2 ahead in this must-win game. It's been a prolific performance from the Kiwi man.
6-3.
I remember the last time that Chen Yubin lost to a lower ranked player. It might have been against Ankur Bhattacharjee of India at the Asian Cup.
4-6.
Table number 2, Dmitry Ovcharov, the former world number 1, takes on Horacio Cifuentes of Argentina. Dean Shu, he's at it again, a drop shot. He modifies his stroke. Oh!
4-7.
What does this guy have for dinner? They never give me a piece of it. Even taking a game off this man
4-7
would have seemed like pie in the sky, but Chen Yubin has met his match here. Nice rally.
7-5.
Even Hugo Calderano, the reigning World Cup champion, struggled to beat Chen Yubin in this department. As I said at the start of this match, Chen Xingtong defeating him at the Singapore Smash. One of the best wins of his career so far. Nearly beat him again at the Champions in Chongqing. But the Brazilian trailblazer got his revenge. Oh, whoa. Look at the body control. But look.
7, 6.
How relaxed Chen Xingtong remained. It was tantalizing for Dean Shu, who was throwing the kitchen sink at him. It was like Chen Xingtong was just blocking for him in a training drill. He made that look. That was different.
7,
that was meaty. And he sinks his teeth into it. It's a level here.
Play, please.
We're hoping, Dean Shu, that it won't be a deja vu, because he's been neck and neck with you until this kind of stage in the game a couple of times. Could this be the time
7,
he breaks the
8.
curse? Again, he's managed to reach 8 points. Could it be different this time?
Eight. Oh.
Signed, sealed, and delivered. When you was watching Dean Shu, he played it to the perfect place to deal the final blow. Touch play really good,
9,
but Dean Shu
8.
pivots, greases the ball. So much traction. And when you just couldn't catch it. He belts the backhand down the line,
10.
and it's 2 game points here for a player outside the world's top 100. He's a man possessed, Dean Shu. He packs a real punch, doesn't he? Strong guy. Now then.
11, 8, game 2.
As if we didn't before, but we've got a match on our hands. He's made his mark. He couldn't have left it any later, but the feeling couldn't be any greater. This New Zealand powerhouse, he is on the board here. Every game's been 11-8, but he takes the third. Could he potentially take this to a decider? Stay tuned to find out, folks. The 27-year-old from New Zealand is playing the biggest match of his life. Just like Chen Xingtong is making his debut here, this prestigious event, the World Cup in Macau. One of the events which you need to win if you are to become a Grand Slam champion one day. playing one of China's most promising players right now. And he's just taking the game.
One, love.
Blocks it, he went for the jugular. Now you can see the likes of Yi-Hsin, Xu Yubin, Shefei, Yang Jingkun, some of the coaches there too. You're enjoying this one. Giving the Chinese some food for thought. And look, they're the best in the world, the Chinese. Dominated this sport for 2 decades. But it is great to see them being tested. You want to see players rise up, look them in the eye, and take it to them. It's all you can ask for. Oh, the finesse there from Chen Yu. Delicately done, diligently done. Sneaky. And it's the perfect response from the 20-year-old. Dean Shu prodding the bee's nest in the last game, and now he's getting swarmed.
Love, 6.
Look at the touch there. That was gorgeous from Yu. Beautiful. He is so good inside the table with the touch play and the push play. It's how he covers the forehand 3/4 with the forehand. Whoa! How many times? Dean Shu clobbering the ball at Yu.
7, 1.
I've got a huge smile on my face right now. I hope you have as well. Even if he doesn't come out on top in this one. He's a winner in my eyes, Dean Shu. Welcome to the world stage, my friend. You're on the map. Oh, look at that. Bending back as he took it on.
2.
Crazy shot there from Shu. It's a great serve from Chen Yu. Should have expected it back.
2,
that one's not returned.
8.
And world number 24 closing in on the win here. You can talk about rankings, you can talk about caliber, you can talk about the places that these two have come from. But at the end of the day, these are 2 young men making their debut at one of the most prestigious table tennis events in the world. And they've both made themselves proud here. There can only be one winner. But there's so much more to talk about, so much more to appreciate. And who wins a match like this? Chen Yu is the victor.
3 games to 1, winner Shen.
If you're just joining us, highly recommend you rewatch that one back, because there was some stunning shot making top draw TT here on table 1. The underdog, Dean Shu, manufacturing a fantastic fight. Gave it all there against Chen Yubin. Yubin fitting the billing as the second seed in the group. We'll be hoping to come out on top, but he will have to try to defeat Dang Cho, who's the top seed here in this one on Wednesday. Dean Shu will get to face the world's second best pen holder tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing him in action again. Look at the match summary. That was a tight game. 11-8s across the board until the last one. Chen Yubin just about getting on top, 11-7. Enjoy the highlights from this one. That was a belter of a match.
Red. Receive.
Chen Yubin
Decide.
overcomes Dean Shu. 3-1. Stay with us. More action to come here on table number 1.
One, love. 7, 10. One, love. 1, 2.
That was one to remember that in group number 12. Chen Yubin topping the group so far, but Dang Cho yet to play, and he will face Dean Shu tomorrow. So we'll get to find out how the groups are going to kind of shape up across the next couple of days of play here in stage number 1. Go back to the women's next. Bruna Takahashi, the Brazilian history maker, about to make her debut here this year. She'll be the favourite going into her match. She'll face Tania Morice of Algeria. A 15-year-old youngster, the youngest player who's here at the World Cup this season. Just walking out onto the table in a second or two. I should let you know that actually we're going to wait until this game is done between Dmitry Ovcharov of Germany and Horacio Cifuentes of Argentina. Oh, never mind. A silent walkout here for our next two players. Here she is, Tania Morice. And here's Bruna Takahashi. What a fantastic spell, a magical spell for her at the moment. She made history last year here in Macau. She became the first Brazilian woman, the first Pan-American woman to reach the quarter-final of this event. And her partner, Hugo Calderano, became the first ever player outside of Europe and Asia to win the men's singles. Alongside Hugo Calderano, Bruna won the mixed doubles title at the Singapore Smash They defeated the Olympic bronze medalists Im Jong-hoon and Shin Yubin in the title match. She is a force to be reckoned with, one of the most ferocious, vicious attackers in the women's game, and she's got a wonderful skyscraping service as well. I'm sure we're going to get to see here on table number 1. Daniel Morice, as I said, 15 years old, a cadet. The Algerian ranked 133 on the planet. She recently got to the semi-final of the Africa Cup, but she was beaten by the Egyptian queen, Dina Meshref, in 6 games. Good effort from her. And that's how she's managed to qualify for the World Cup. Penultimate match of the day here today. In terms of entertainment, we could be saving the best till last, because the magic man from France, Simon Gauzy, will be taken to the table against Stéphane Ouaiche next year and last year on table 1. But let's not take our attention away from this, because this could be similarly interesting to what we saw in the previous encounter. Another player outside the world's top 100 taking on someone who's knocking on the door of the top 20. Bruna Takahashi just one place away from becoming a top 20 star in the world.
Red and black. Black for you and black for you. Black, you win the toss. Surface, side, exact.
This is a first-time encounter. What a stage to clash swords for the first ever time. Bruna Takahashi, as I'm sure you're aware if you've been watching regular WTT events, she's going to be coming into this as the strong favourite. She's come on leaps and bounds, the Brazilian. She has beaten a top 5 player, and that was Miwa Haramoto, who she beat at the Europe Smash. But let's have a look at Daniel Morice. All you want to see from her perspective is just going for it, treating the pressure as a privilege, treating it as a learning experience. If you would have told her a couple of years ago that she'd be here at the World Cup, she wouldn't have believed you. But she is going to sponge up everything here in the Galaxy Arena. This is a life-changing match, a life-changing opportunity for the 15-year-old.
Representing Algeria, Morice. Representing Brazil,
Both of these women right-handed shake-handers. Our umpire, Lao Chen Chung, taking care of business here. And Christoph Geiger, the man, the myth, the legend, is there as the assistant for this one. Fraser Riley with you here on behalf of myself, my co-commentator John Dykes, and our brilliant production team. Thank you so much for your company today. Got the ball rolling in style. We're expecting a wonderful week of table tennis here at the ITTF Men and Women's World Cup Macau 2026, presented by
Takahashi
Galaxy
versus
Entertainment
Morice.
Group.
First game, Takahashi to serve.
Two
Love
players
ball.
here shooting for the stars here in the Galaxy Arena. And let's see who can get off to winning ways. It's
Love 1.
Fast and furious start. Impressive already.
One all. One, two.
She's only a cadet. Vast majority of the events that she's played, in fact, basically all of the events that she's played have been youth events.
2-all.
She played the youth contender in Tunis. She got to the round of 16 of the under-17s, but lost to Nina Guo-Jung of France.
3-2.
19, she
2-4.
was beaten by Alexandra Bokova of Russia. 3-0. And she made her senior appearance at the Africa Cup and got to the semis.
2-5.
Meaning that she qualified for the World Cup here. Pushes, she blocks, but the switch of Takahashi.
6-2.
Surgical.
Takahashi
is a very interesting player, mixed heritage. Part of her game is kind of more Asia-based. Part of it is more European-based. I think in terms of her speed and recovery, right up there with the very best Asian players. But if you look at her backhand, the wrist action on it is more close, I would say, to a European player. I spent, after all, most of her career playing in Europe.
9-3.
Training in France, playing in Germany. Look at that.
Leicester. 9-3.
Forehand goes long, and Takahashi putting the youngster in her place here. 7 game points.
Four 10. Let's 4-10.
Shifting that touch into the forehand territory. Takahashi pays off in full for Bruna Takahashi. Looking to go one step further than what she was able to do last year here in Macau. If she is able to do that, she managed to win at least a bronze medal. Talking about a really serious player here who dares to dream. Every time she enters a major event, let's see what the youngster can do again. Two trails here, one love.
Même tu vois sur l'épée, quand... En fait, elle va trop vite.
Oui, oui, mais ici, sur le remise tandis, je cherche, elle est courte sur ce revers. Si décalé un petit peu dans le sens droit, même si le service, de préférence court et les remises courtes sur le droit, mais si...
Mais il faut que je démarre avant.
Oui, oui, bien sûr.
Mais elle est coupée, elle est vachement tendue.
Tendez ici de la remettre, simplement. Allez, allez.
Game 2, Morice to serve, love 4. Let's love 4.
Forgive me for my pronunciation, I've been tinting it with some Italian, but I think it's more likely to be Morice, the surname of this youngster who is just looking now to really impose herself in the second game. Containing, she blocks, she recovers.
1-all.
She out-battles Bruna Takahashi. Some excellent shot making there. She clenches her fist. Quite a celebration. Oh, into the body, well played by the cadet. Daniel Morice. Doing really well against the server, Bruna Takahashi. She's got a bit of fortune there, which she'll take every day of the week. Some incredible.
3-2.
When you look at the history books of the World Cup. We first saw the women's singles of this event held in Hong Kong. That was in 1996. Deng Yiping, one of the all-time greats, the first ever World Cup champion. She defeated Yang Ying, forgive me, in the final.
4-3.
Only one woman outside of Team China has won the World Cup before, and that was Miu Hirano, the Hurricane from Japan, back in 2016. The last non-Asian player to end up on the podium was Patricia Solja of Germany 11 years ago in Sendai.
6-4.
But no non-Asian player other than Elizabeth Samara has made the final of this one.
7-4.
World Cup. Samara, the Romanian legend, reaching the final in 2012, but losing to five-time champion Liu Shuwen.
4-8.
Similar kind of story here in game number 2. Impressive there from Morice. She's put her way back into this one. That's a great flick from Takahashi.
9-5.
Barely any topspin on it. That would have felt heavy to receive because there was so much side spin. That's a really skillful shot from the Brazilian. As was that topspin touch. Wonderful play. So much feeling.
6-10.
Well, where she was playing there, it would have taken something to stop her. Something special, and it ended up being the net. Ferocious,
11-6.
Takahashi.
Game to Takahashi.
She'll be looking to put the nail in the coffin and win this with a squeaky clean 3-0 win. We've seen some pretty complacent performances today from players who are way higher ranked than their opponent. Takahashi, I don't think he's going to be one of those examples. She's treating her opponent with a lot of respect here. Not leaving anything to chance, showing no mercy. Takes a 2-love lead.
Ouais, mais ça m'énerve parce que en fait elle me laisse pas jouer. Je peux pas jouer. Elle joue trop vite et elle remet court, je peux rien faire.
D'accord. Il ne faut pas s'énerver. Continuez à prendre du plaisir. Hein? Allez, on va marquer quelques points.
More Algerian interest next here. And last here today on table 1 with Stefan Ouaiche.
Third game, Takahashi to
taking
serve.
to the table against the magic man, Simon Gauzy. And that will close the curtains on what has been a brilliant opening day of action here at the ITTF World Cup.
1-love.
It's been announced that we're going to have the doubles World Cup as well. I'm going to have to do a little bit more research into that, but I'm unsure whether there's going to be mixed doubles as well as gender doubles. I mentioned Bruno Takahashi's recent success at the Singapore Smash, winning the mixed doubles title with Hugo Corderano.
1-2.
Unprecedented achievement.
Two all.
Nothing Bruno could do there. That's a great punch from Morice. Deadening the ball.
3-2.
Just died under that serve. It's a high toss serve that we'd love to see there from Brunner. Because of the higher toss, the ball is making contact with the rubber with more velocity than what it would be otherwise. So the idea is that you can generate a little bit more spin with a high toss serve, but that said, there's more that can kind of go wrong with it. Harder perhaps to keep tight to the net, easier to lose sight of the ball under the bright lights of an arena like this.
4-all.
More risk of the ball wavering in the air, but it can be a bit more difficult for the umpires to tell whether a serve is illegal or not if it's a high toss.
4-5.
We do have TTR in use here this week. The Table Tennis Review, Hawkeye technology.
5-4.
Morice doing herself proud. Lightning quick from Takahashi. But she couldn't put the icing on the cake. Morice forced into playing a backhand from an uncomfortable position on this ball. A fanning shot.
6-all.
But they're trading blows right now.
Seven, 6. Six, 8. Six, 9.
Elbow high, the indication that Takahashi's loading that with side spin. Morice has to make a better adjustment if she's to return that with some quality.
10-6.
4 match points for last year's quarter-finalist.
10-7.
Fighting
11-7.
Brunner Takahashi. Experience speaking volumes here.
Takahashi wins.
She takes it 3-0 against the cadet, the youngest player featuring here at the World Cup this year, Tania Morice. One to keep your eye out on, one for the future. Semi-finalist at the recent African Cup. She's showing real promise, but she came up against the best Pan-American player out there. Takahashi justifying why she carries so much clout right now in the women's game. She's one of the best non-Asian players. She wins 11-4, 11-6, 11-7. And she gets off to winning ways here in group number 16. Look at the match summary. She went just under double the points of her opponent. It was the high toss serve, it was a push play, a counter play, and overall the connection between the backhand and forehand, which allowed her to get that consistency to direct play in the right direction. Enjoy the highlights from that one before we get ready for the last match of the night. Simon Gauzy is going to play Stefan Ouaiche.
Surface. Takahashi to serve. Love 4. Love 1. One, 2. Four, 5. Five, 8. $11-6.
you fais le premier set. Il faut. Ça.
3-4. 6-5. 7-6. 11-7.
So then, it's a really interesting group. Bernadette Soch, Bruna Takahashi, I think, are going to have a fantastic clash. Probably will be between them. But another match, focusing on the cadet there. Natania Morice of Algeria to look forward to against the Romanian #1. Right then, we're about to close the curtains on day #1. And in terms of entertainment, we could be saving the very best to last because we have a flair fest. This was the match I was looking forward to most today. And we're going to get to see it in just a minute or two. Simon Gauzy against Stefan Ouaiche. This should be something special. A blast from the past. Stefan Ouaiche used to represent Team France. He's actually a former French national champion. A really talented left-handed player who plays with such style and panache. He can chop, he can defend, he's a hybrid player. And he actually nearly defeated Wen Weibo recently in the French league. Finished juice in the 5th game. What about this man, Simon Gauzy? He needs no introduction. He's one of the household names of table tennis. One of the great entertainers. A man who blurs the lines between what's possible and what isn't. A man who's always tempted by the audacious. A romantic. An attacking artist. Just like his opponent, and that's what we're looking forward to here. This men's singles match. Fraser Riley with you. It's an absolute pleasure to get the ball rolling today. On behalf of myself, my co-commentator John Dykes and the whole team here, we hope that we're all going to have a lot of fun this week. Interesting, isn't it? Simon Gauzy being coached by Jean-René Munier, the former personal coach of Hugo Calderano, who of course is the defending champion here. Such an interesting linking web of players who are all so familiar with each other.
Yes.
It's great to see Stefan Ouaiche back in the big time, playing internationally. This is going to be a real treat. Two kings of the rally. Hard to do battle. Let's listen in for the coin toss.
Flat for you, okay? Flat. Flat. Okay. Flat. Receive, return.
Stefan Ouaiche, former French national team player, a former national champion of France, 32 years of age, 47th seed, now representing Algeria, ranked 139 in the world. First time international encounter between these two men. Simon Gauzy, an absolute legend of the sport. He's helped Team France win bronze at the Olympics, silver at the World Team Championships 2 years ago, and gold at the European Championships in Zadar, Croatia last year. Congratulations to our umpires on their selection at the World Cup this year. And a special mention as well to all of the volunteers, ball kids, that have been helping things run so smoothly so far. They're going to be learning so much as well this week. Those youngsters, many of whom are players themselves. The weight of history hanging in the air. And well, what a matchup this promises to be. A blast from the past. Stefan Ouaiche against Gauzy.
Simon who serve, Lafont.
Cannot wait for this one.
Representing Hong Kong, China, Lin Zhaoheng.
Representing United States of America, Kana Jha.
So here we go. A little bit of a delay. Kanat Jha, the American #1,
First
is
game, Simon
about to
serve,
play Lam Suhan of Hong Kong, China on table 2. If I were you, I'd stay right here.
Love 1.
This is the moment
2 love.
that Stefan Ouaiche has been waiting for such a long time. It's up against the French team captain, Simon Gauzy. A man who the Chinese fans call Gauzy. And this is what I was talking about, it's role reversal. Normally you see Gauzy getting up to these kind of antics. Oh, what a block from the Frenchman. Ouaiche. I'm so happy to see he's showcasing his skills, his defensive abilities. He found an attack, but Gauzy having absolutely none of it. Oh, has he made it back, Gauzy? This is insane! Oh! He got lower than a snake's belly. Look at that shot from Simon to recover the net. Miraculous. From this wizard of a player. I'm already getting served a Michelin star between these two. The points get split. Towel break numéro 1. Serve from where she went for a bellowing shot there with the backhand. As I say, he's a hybrid player, so sometimes he'll take a defensive approach, sometimes he'll try and win the point very quickly. Fast attack. You can see his technique. It's quite interesting. Stefan Ouaiche is a classic French player, I would say, because he's got kind of similar technique to Le Besson. If you look at the way he stands, his balance, his upright upper body. Side spin on that shot from Gauzy. He's got to recover the net. Snake shot from Ouaiche. Drop shot from Simon Gauzy. Oh, he went for the no-look backhand.
5-4.
Absolutely audacious table tennis here. This is so good. It's just irresistible. Look at the feeling, the flair. I told you this was going to be special. Fanning backhand. Excellent.
4-6.
From Simon. One of the best in the business at that stroke. Shot which I think Kenta Matsudaira of Japan made really famous.
4-7.
Gauzy has the more solid backhand. I'd say he's actually got an underrated backhand, Seymour. One of the best away from the table. He can play full throttle.
Net.
Even when he's not best placed.
4-7.
Europe Smash semi-finalist last year, Simon. Nearly made the final.
7-5.
Set up a clash with Charles Morgard. Ambitious effort there against the backspin serve of Ouaiche. Excellent. Just more of a threat on that backhand wing, isn't he, Simon? Can get Ouaiche into a defensive position by playing 1 to forehand, then 1 to backhand.
5-9.
This is fantastic. Oh, he couldn't pull it off, the drop shot. Very difficult shot to play, especially against a shot like that. That was a loop from Gauzy, wasn't a lob. 5 game points to the Magic Man. Oh, yeah.
11-5. First game to Simon.
Irresistible table tennis. It's just mouth-watering. The ball feel. The diversity of shots that we got to see there in the first game. 11-5 to Simon Gauzy. Let's see what happens in game number 2. What a way to close the curtains on day number 1.
Et ça, toi, au début, c'est toi qui as commencé à changer de rythme, on lui a posé difficulté. Mais après, il a pris les choses en main, c'est lui qui est en train de faire le jeu. On peut faire le jeu, quelle que soit notre situation, quelle que soit en attaque ou en contre. Mais, est-ce qu'il y a un petit peu...
Non, mais pas, j'ai mal enchaîné.
Oui, je remarque. Allez, on va... Qui fait le jeu, hein?
Allez, Simon.
Second game, Stefan to serve, Lafont.
So a first international encounter between Stefan Ouaiche, now representing Algeria, and Simon Gauzy. So these two have played against each other before. Stefan Ouaiche has beaten Simon. These two faced in the semi-final of the French National Championships 2014.
One all.
A real blast from the past. This one is bringing back some really, really fond memories.
2-1.
You know, it's incredible how many amazing players France have had over the years. When you think about Robineau, Quentin Robineau, and Alexandre Robineau, when you think of Alexandre Cassin.
2-all.
Players who were just untouchable at youth level. Just to name a few. France right now, I would say, in their golden era. Finalists of the World Team Championships 2 years ago. They've got an even better squad now than what they had back in Busan. The other player in this group, by the way, is Morice, who, as I said, Stefan Ouaiche nearly beat in the French league recently. Morice plays in the same French league team as Simon Henenbon. So this is,
4
for
feet.
me, the most interesting group out of all of them.
4-0.
Tomorrow, Wenwei will play Ouaiche at 9:10 in the evening. And then Wenwei will play Simon Gauzy on Wednesday at 20:02.
4-5.
Look at that side spin, the fade from Simon. There's a lot of feeling and confidence to do that. Top block from Stefan Way. She's at it again.
6-4.
It's the backhand of Stefan Way. It's just a little bit vulnerable. He can do everything with it. He can chop, he can lob. Can occasionally block and counter like that. But you can see it's his forehand.
6-5.
His forehand that he's going to have to really try and get in if he is to stand the chance against Simon here today. Can't be too reliant on that backhand. He's got to be proactive. He's got to pivot where he can. Nice touch. Good feeling there, and he levels. So since I'm representing Algeria, Stefan Ouaiche made the semi-final of the Africa Cup, which is how he qualified for this.
7-6.
Does he stumble with that forehand shot block there, the Algerian? But yeah, Assar defeated Ouaiche in the semi-final, 4-0. But Ouaiche still qualified. There he is with the chop. What a shot from Simon.
7-0.
So dainty, so delicate. He came from right underneath it. Couldn't show where he was going to go, what he was going to do too soon. Yeah, that was so sneaky. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful touch. And then the snappy backhand. Deadly. No spin on that serve at all. And Ouaiche popped it up, paid the price. Oh, chop block.
8-0.
Gauzy a bit disgruntled. Getting a taste of his own medicine here. Gauzy. Again, the side spin from Simon, making it really tough for Ouaiche to lob the ball down, get it back onto the table.
Let. 8-9.
Crafty long serve from Ouaiche, but
10-8.
Gauzy improvising, pushing the ball into the temptation zone, and Ouaiche couldn't make his compound movement in time to plant the feet and play something convincing. And that sets up a duo of game points for the favourite. And he finishes it off with a flourish. Bon voyage, says Simon Gauzy, as he sends it to the corner of the barrier. Another empty serve that he takes advantage of, capitalizes, gets Ouaiche where he wants him. Ouaiche so good back there, but he's not returning that one. I'm just so happy right now. I'm buzzing to be watching this, to be commentating this match, because when I first started watching table tennis, Stefan Ouaiche was at the peak of his powers. He was French national champion. Such an exciting talent. It kind of feels surreal to be watching him here against Simon Gauzy. And it is Simon who takes a 2-love advantage. Well, a quick word on Félix Lebrun. With the help of Jean-René Munier, he won the recent Champions event in Chongqing. A massive victory there for Félix, winning his second Champions title. Félix was the defending champion, of course, of the Champions Montpellier, but he was beaten by Simon Gauzy for the first time ever.
One love.
Fan favourite from France, looking good here. Bamboozling shot from Gauzy.
Love 2.
I mean, how often is it that you see Simon being the smasher? Normally he's the guy far back from the table.
1-2.
Showing off his skills with the lobs, the chops, the hooks. I remember the match that Gauzy had here in Macao against Liang Jingkun at the Champions, one of the best matches I've ever seen.
3-1.
Where he hit an around the net backhand from the forehand side. I'm sure many of you will remember that incredible point. I think it was point of the year. He also
3-2.
produced the point of the year against Félix Lebrun at the Champions in Frankfurt. Oh, great stuff from Stefan Ouaiche. That's ridiculous. Cutting around the side of the ball. That's the tomahawk shot block on the forehand. This shot here, so tough to do that. Played perfectly, and look at how it just bounced off the rubber of Simon. Wonderful.
Three, 4.
It's in Gauzy's hands. I'd like to see a bit more long serving from Stefan Ouaiche. Can he get that forehand in a bit sooner?
Oh. 5-3.
Gauzy just picked his spot. That was all in the visualization. Oh. Speechless.
Ooh! 5-4.
Whistles down the line. Look at that. One hand to the ground. That is a breakdance move. Oh, here we go.
5-all.
Gauzy trying to calm himself, stay cool. He looks a little bit nervous here, Simon. Beautiful drop from Ouaiche. Oh. Oh my goodness me. Another one for the highlight reel, and it's Simon Gauzy. who arcs the ball
5-6.
like a rainbow heading toward a pot of gold. Another mouth-watering rally with snake shots, drop shots, hook shots, fades, loops. Two walking highlight reels. Two men who aren't just interested in competing and winning, but in expressing themselves. And they're doing just that.
6-all.
I'm a neutral, don't get me wrong. I want to see this go on as long as possible because we are seeing divine TT. This is what is just so wonderful
6-all.
about European table tennis, about African table tennis, and Pan American table tennis especially.
Bravo, bravo, maman.
7-6.
Simon Gauzy's best mate really in TT. Hugo Calderano, those basically trained every day together in Oxenhausen. Freestylers of the game. Ouaiche.
6-8.
Wishing. Wasn't missing. Sugar serve. Oh, well played from Gauzy.
7-8.
Looked like he'd actually done the hard work. Returning the serve, blocking it back, lunging in. Maybe he was surprised by how much time he actually had on his hands and he fluffed his lines. Is there light at the end of the tunnel for Wei? She's a point behind here. Oh, emphatic.
9-7.
It's that backhand. He plays the backhand touch from the forehand side and he managed to scuttle across to get behind the ball to play the cross-court backhand counter.
9-8.
Handcuffing receive with that backhand from Stefan Ouaiche. It's the African Cup semi-finalist who draws level here, 9-all. It'll be a game point or it'll be a match point. But it is the Algerian who has ball in hand here, fighting for a chance to set up another game against Simon Gauzy. Oh, the strawberry, he slips away, she chops it back. Awesome.
9-10.
Discombobulating. No two shots are the same. What a time to produce such a fruitful strawberry flick. Stefan Ouaiche, he's going to have to change his racket against match point. When do you ever see that happen? He's going to get to have a little hit with it. No.
9-10.
Sensational. Loop, loop. Ouaiche with the drop shot. Gauzy with the chop, another one. The snake from Simon. Oh, what a point. What a way to save match point from Stefan Ouaiche. I'm running out of adjectives here to describe the flair, the feeling, the creative ability of these two gentlemen. Ouaiche with a scyther. Deep on the table. Oh!
10-11.
Christ! This is table tennis from a different dimension. The only bad thing about it is that it might be coming to an end here. Gauzy with the scoop. Ouaiche.
Oh.
Pedal to the metal, goes for it, makes it count. This is so good, so brave. He just goes for it regardless. Match point to Simon.
12.
Can he keep his focus, the Frenchman? It misses by a whisker. The racket's tossed. What a match, what a clash. A blast from the past. Absolute ecstasy, wasn't it, watching those two do battle, blending their defense and attack. Two attacking artists painting the table and painting a beautiful picture of what's possible in table tennis. If you've got a couple of friends who've never seen the sport before, show them some highlights from that one. That was an absolute pleasure to watch. And that is a fitting finish to what has been a wonderful opening day of action here at the ITTF Men and Women's World Cup Macau 2026. It's a 3-love win for Gauzy, but remember, Wenwei Bo, the recent finalist of the champions Chongqing, is also featuring in Group 15 with these two. Enjoy the highlights from that one. There were so many to savour before we say goodbye here.
Brad, receive. Love 1. One thing. Two feet.
Well, that was that. What a brilliant matchup there between Simon Gauzy and Stefan Ouaiche. First match of this men's singles group 15 is dusted, and it is the French legend who manages to claim his first win. Wenrei Bo, a dark horse potentially to end up on the podium here in Macau this year at the World Cup, is also in this group. So much to look forward to. Day number 1 is done and dusted here on table 1. One more match to go over on table 2 between Kanat Jia and Lam Su-hang. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 2 here at the World Cup in Macau. Action will begin at 9 o'clock, or 9:30 rather, in the morning. We'll see you then.